Hello, is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely? Or is someone loving you? Oh, hello, Poppy. Hey, Stephen, talk show too. Stephen, you are awesome, sauceum, my friend. I love it. You change your channel up all the time. Nothing wrong with that, sir, at all. I'm remain calm. I have been remain calm forever. And I don't have a desire to change my channel name. Hey, Debbie Ho. Debbie Conceited Ho is in the house. No, Debbie, I know you're not conceited. I'm playing. Oh, I got it. Thank you, Stephen. Chris. All right, I'm going to give you an update on the kittens, Chris. We have one left, and it is the black one. He's beautiful, very healthy looking. I believe that someone got the other orange one, and then little man passed away. So there is one left. He is up his mama's behind. He follows her everywhere she goes. It is adorable. But yes, I am still feeding, watering, trying to give him love, trying to show him love. That's all I can do. You are very welcome, sir, for that update. All right, give me 1 second. Let me grab my coffee. I need a cup of coffee because we are going to talk about 6UP did a excellent freaking live on where she was speaking with Fred Hill's sister Karen. I didn't get to watch all of it, so that's why I'm going to go over it with you guys. I have a lot of questions, for sure. I wish I could have been in the chat to ask the questions that I have, but I couldn't do it at that time. So big shout out to 6UP. Her link is in the description of this live. We can drop her link as many times as y'all want. I've always really liked 6UP, and I have been subbed to her for quite a long time. Oh, Chris, have I been calling you a guy? That is so funny. I'm sorry. That I guess I never asked you. I apologize. I am sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. I really am. I guess I just never asked. That's me. Hey, John Wick. John Wick is in the house. Yeah. All right, let me get my coffee. We got to get this started. No, sir, I didn't see it. But I will gladly go over and watch it. For sure. Oh, thank you, since it's Monday. That is so sweet. What is up, Luna? Always good to see you, Luna. You know what I love about this channel. Hey, Victoria. Because we're all grown adults over here. Y'all get to watch who you want, have a good time. And I never, never, ever, ever um, ask you guys what community you hang out in. Because I look at you all as individuals, individual people. All right, hold on. Hold on. Holdy on. Hold on. We are always holding on over here. Okay, mister, let me find you. Thank you, Debbie. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, it's got the little, my little icon thingies. That is so cool. Okay, let me see what you've done, mister. Okay. Oh, are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. This is going to be funny. Lord help us, Jesus. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get this up. Lord John Wick. All right. Let's see what this is. I am inquiring minds want to know. Okay, let's see. That's Nicolina's face. Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Thank you, Poppy. That is funny. Oh, there's Ernie. That is funny. Oh my God. Jesus. That is funny. Oh my God. That is so cute. That is Oh my God. That is You're gonna get me in trouble. Why you got John Wiki on there? Are you trying to be a cover since you made this? Okay, I'm gonna turn the music off. Girl, why are you going after Nicolina and Ernie? Which it is funny. You are trying to get me in trouble over here. Oh, she's got you blocked. Oh, so you just come over here and use me? Is that what it is? Heck yeah, she can dance. Oh, look at Ernie. Oh, I could see Ernie doing that too. Get it, Ernie. Go. Go, boy. Go, boy. Oh, yeah. Get it on, Ernie. Get it on. Get it on. Get it. Get it. Get it. Woo. Yeah, brother. Shake that thing. Shake that thing. Does he still have the tags on his pants? Oh, he's still got the tags on his pants. Oh, I like that one. Oh, you look so cute, Ernie. You look so sweet. Watch out, Ernie, looking like that. One of them little peckerhead pedophiles may come for you. Heck yeah. Get it on. Get it on. Let's get it on. Oh my God, that is so funny. That is funny. Okay, I must say, if she comes after you, ain't nothing I can do. I mean, she may call you the R word for this. I'm just saying. And, you know, for real, that is funny, though. That is funny. You know, we love funnies over here. That is funny. That was a good job. Good job. Hold on, dang it. I would lose my head if it wasn't screwed on. All right, you whippersnappers. Um, Let me get this started. Hang on. I got all kinds of. Ugh. I need one of those thingamabobbers. Yeah, we laugh. Back to business. Back to business. Okay. So, Jesus take the wheel. Hey, hey, little dad. Let's get it on. Okay, let me see what the crap I am doing here. Now, like I said, Karen is Fred Hill's sister, and she says some really interesting things. I want y'all to know that, not to be disrespectful to 6UP, but it is a very long live. So we are going to speed it up a little bit. And you guys know I turn on closed captions. Closed captions are on. Let me speed it up just a tad. And I am showing this for commentary purposes because I am nosy. Okay, let me. Okay. This is our wonderful 6UP. Like I said, speaking with Fred Hill's sister. Let's see how this is going to go. Opinions of this channel are not necessarily the opinions of others. I do say that. I commentate to educate. Because you know I'm going to have a lot to say here. For real. Oh, honey bunny. That is so sweet. Thingy-mabob. I love thingy-mabobs. I do. Oh, okay. Now, before I go, I'm going to show you something else that's kind of weird. But let's get this started. Hold on. It would help if I unmuted her.
Okay. Is Ellie sure that it was Summer's bike that Fred stole?
I was told it was.
Why the fuck do you steal Summer's bike? Oh my God, I'm 13 minutes, almost 14 minutes in. I have said the F word already. Fred, why are you allegedly stealing Summer's bike? That's messed up, dude. I mean, in my opinion, you are a really messed up dude, but that's really messed up. Why would you do that? That's freaking weird.
Absolutely. A few weeks before Summer went missing.
Before she went missing, that you're a POS.
Julie had to go to town for Mom and Dad, and Fred and Laura hitched a ride with her to get whatever. And when they were coming back in the holler, there was a little girl's bike laying beside the road down there next to their driveway.
Interesting. Interesting. We're on this already. A little girl's bike laying next to their driveway, which tells us what, class? And yes, I do have my ruler. What does that tell us? Did one of the boys ride that bike down on the road? Hey, Mustang Granny, hashtag love Granny. So that's basically what that is saying, right? That how would he have stole her bike? It was down on the road next to their driveway. Interesting. Interesting.
And Fred made Julie stop. And he was going to get that. He said, I want to get that bike. And she told him, what in the world do you need with the bike? No, leave that alone. And I reckon she was going to go on. She wasn't going to stop. And I reckon he got pretty ill with her and made her stop. And he got out and got the bike and put it in the vehicle. And he said, see, what was it she told me exactly? Don will get the message. He'll know what that means.
Wow. Wow. Donna get the message. He knows what that means. Oh. I am going to comment on this statement. Because, wow. I thought Dawn might have talked about getting Summer. Why would Dawn talk about getting some? It's okay if Dawn talked about getting Summer a bike. Hey, Kirst. Good to see you. I know you have a lot to say about this interview. I know you do, ma'am. I will drop you the link if you feel like coming up and partaking in this conversation. Because, ma'am, I just started and I have a lot to say. And yes, I will be riding the storm out today, okay? I am poor and I have to make a living. Hey, Sage, good to see you as always. Interesting freaking statement there. Dawn will get the message. Where's her bike now? Okay, Kurtz, take your time, doll. Where's the bike now, Fred? But that's not the point, Danny. Obviously, she got a bike because Fred's sister is saying he took Summer's bike. So what's that tell me? Dawn got her a bike. But thank you.
Well, I mean, let's just, I'm just going to say that I've heard from a lot of people that are local to the area that know of or have met Fred Hill, not just Ellie here, but people that knew him, acquaintances, people that met him in passing, people that knew him over the years. Laura, okay, I've heard and I've seen enough to know what kind of person Fred was. A thief. Fred sat there and when Ziggy pulled up that day on January 12th, the dude had dirt all over his hands and had been going through metal. If you look at the video that Ellie, when Ellie and Julie went up there after he went to jail, and you look at all the things he had there, he was clearly scrapping metal for dope money. I mean, let's just say it like, and there's a lot of people in the area that do that. I'm not.
Well, I can see Fred doing that. Absolutely scrapping metal and things like that. But don't forget, he was a substance manufacturer. And please dress your words up in chat today. For me, I would appreciate that so much. He was a substance manufacturer. Now, I remember the conversation that Ziggy had with him while he was in jail. Okay. He talked about, what was I going to say? This was weird to me. He talked about Summer's case being 2 years old. And he tried to say that they had to basically drop Summer's case and reinstate it because it was 2 years old. And when they did that, then his case popped up. Don't make any fucking sense to me. Nothing he says makes sense to me. But then again, Luna, how do you know her bike's at the scrapyard? How do you know that, lady? For sure. So, yes, from my understanding, absolutely Summer had a bike. For sure. A guess. That is called in your opinion, Luna. But a guess is your opinion. I get it. Okay.
Shaming anybody that scraps for a living, right? What I'm saying is that Fred would steal, and Fred, I mean,
and what I'm saying is, I heard it with my own ears when Ziggy was like, and this isn't word for word, but Ziggy was like, I didn't realize that, you know, down the at the end of the holler there, that Fred had some better property, and he had a nicer place that they were staying at, you know, back in the holler, and I didn't realize that because I had only been coming to the trap house. Those are my words. But she basically said that. She did. I'm telling you.
that's the truth. Thank you, stars. Laura and them got married. What year did they move to Virginia, Karen? Do you remember?
It's somewhere around 2011.
Let me see when he was convicted. Yeah, he was there.
I have a question also. I remember Laura talking about when he pew-pewed the guy in the neck. And she was like, I'm almost positive, and I could be wrong, and if I am, please somebody tell me. She made the comment that, no, that had to have been prior. Because when the incident happened, where he pew-pewed the guy in the neck, that happened in the middle of the night. But for some reason, I remember Laura saying something like, I don't know why they took the kids because they wasn't there or something. I don't know. I got kind of confused on that.
He was definitely there in 2011 because that's when he was convicted of the.
And they had only lived up there for, you know, maybe 6.
You see that? Now, I know that I got the closed captions in the way. Please let me turn those off. Right here. ABUSC. Neglect. Reckless disregard for life. Go figure.
Number, something like that, where that happened.
Right. And then he told, you know, different stories. And we went over this on the last live stream. Excuse me. I did put that in my description. If people want to go back and listen to that, there's a lot more information in that. We did talk more. And I'm sure, look, I'm just going to say, Ellie's always here in the chat most of the time, guys. She is one of my moderators. I have never seen Ellie be in this chat and somebody come in with a question, tag her and ask her, and her not answer it. If you ask her respectfully, she'll answer you. And also, I would like to point out, because Ziggy likes to say this about Fred all the time. I've never caught Fred in a lie.
And I don't get how she could say that. I think she's never caught him in one because she's afraid to go look for his contradictions. But let me tell y'all something. His contradictions are all over the YouTube streets.
Never lies. Well, that's a lie. But I can tell you that for me, I've never caught Karen in a lie. Ever. Not one time have I caught her in a lie.
Well, I don't see why Fred's sisters have to lie about anything. They don't have a dog in the fight. Why would they have to lie about anything? And Karen has never even met Ziggy. But Ziggy sure likes to talk crap about Fred's family. Yep, if you're not looking, you ain't going to find it. I know that from experience.
And if you think that I didn't fucking try to, you're wrong. You're very fucking wrong. She's been very open and honest with me. And to me, for very good reason. If somebody was coming on here accusing you of the worst kind of things, and it was your own family.
That's right.
Your own family. And they were accusing you of the worst things.
Yes.
I mean, wouldn't you want to defend yourself?
Yeah, they do put you in a position where you got to defend
shut up and
yourself.
sit down when I'm not doing nothing wrong and nobody tells me to shut up and sit down. especially someone like her.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I think you've been actually really respectful, and
I have been. I've
you
kept
have
my
been.
mouth shut over a lot of things.
Any questions? That's what we're here for. Oh, proof.
That's the only one I know
Oh
about.
my God. Shows any proof of anything, I can tell you because we watched it. I watched it. Where so where's it at?
Exactly. I would love to see it
Mm-hmm.
because I know for a fact that the authorities of whatever branch, division, whatever letters they carry can pull my cell phone, check the pings off my cell phone, see exactly where I was at for weeks prior to Summer going missing. And they would find me at work.
Yeah, did the law enforcement, did they ever come question you about Summer? Did they ever question
No, and that's funny
Summer?
because, for me to be so suspicious, I have never been questioned about Summer's disappearance.
And this is the thing. Fred and Ziggy point fingers. And a lot of the people they're pointing fingers at, law enforcement has not felt the need to go 20 question these people at all. It makes me believe that law enforcement knows a heck of a lot more than they are letting out there, and they're waiting, just like the DA said, they're waiting for that piece of the puzzle. They're needing just one or two things, and all hell will break loose. I'm just saying. Those are my words.
Wow.
I've never been asked where I was at, to have an alibi, to show proof of anything. Nobody wanted to look at my freaking phone.
Nobody dipped your phone?
Why? No, I feel so left out. I can't believe with all of the shenanigans I've been up to that nobody even wanted to look at my phone. I'm baffled. I'm hurt and baffled, and I just don't understand.
It must have been all that work that Fred did with the law enforcement.
Oh, 120 acres says, sorry and behind. Dawn showed Summer's bike laying on Polly junk beside the driveway. So I don't believe Ellie. Sisters were both on the road that day as well. Yes, I remember Ellie saying that, the traveler. Hey, faded jeans. I remember her saying that they were on the road that day. Well, maybe they do and maybe they don't. Just because they were on the road that day doesn't mean that as far as Summer going missing, that they did anything. For sure.
That's why.
It must have been over the moon. That's all I can think of. He must have had my phone information in his phone, and they already had it.
But obviously, law enforcement didn't want to talk to him. So that says a lot. Was not on the road. My sister was, but I was at work. Hey, Ellie. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Welcome to my channel. I'm Remain Calm. We're pretty chilled out over here. Yeah, I remember, Ellie, I remembered, somebody was one of you girls was in the area that day. I remember that. Oh, they did take a statement from your sister. Thank you, Ellie, for answering questions. For sure. And just to let you know, Ellie, I don't let people attack people in my chat. That's not what my channel's about. So you are absolutely safe here. We will handle people accordingly if they get out of hand. But everyone associated with my channel are very respectful. So I want you to know that. I dropped the link for Cursed. Ma'am, you're more than welcome. Come up here. I know you don't know me. And you're more than welcome to hang out and chat. Whatever you would like, ma'am. Okay, let's move on with this.
Well, fuck! You seen all them phones he had? He had everybody's phone that had ever lived in the holler.
Oh,
Karen,
except for the one that he supposedly lost in the creek.
Right? Conveniently. Pearl wants to know if you've seen the relationship with Ziggy coming. Did Laura ever mention any suspicions to you?
No, I didn't have a one-on-one relationship with Laura, with good reasons. But I think everybody on YouTube seen it coming, because every time he called her from jail, he'd say, "Well, I love you," or he'd call her honey. And, you know, terms of endearment don't just fall out of your mouth over nothing.
Well, oh, that's fine, Ellie. Thank you for coming into chat. I appreciate that. This is the thing. Laura said, I'll never forget the statement she said when she said Ziggy told her, "I'm going to take your man." And that was one thing Ziggy wasn't lying about, for sure.
No, especially, I'm just going to say my little bit of experience with Fred Hill. He's not a very outwardly loving man. That's just
no.
Yeah. So I also was taken back when he was like in jail and was like, "I love you," and she was like, "Click."
Yeah.
Well, Ziggy at the time kept saying, "Yeah, I love him like a brother." That's weird, Ziggy. Yeah, that's what he knows I love him like a brother. Uh-oh, here's May May. May May does not hold back. She doesn't.
Never known Fred for any PDAs.
Right.
None whatsoever.
Ellie, I have a question just because I got confused on it. Let me let Kirst up here. Hey, Kirst. Ellie, I have a question because I'm kind of confused on when Fred and Laura had the kids taken away. That was in Virginia, right? Because when he pew-pewed the guy in the throat, and Kirst, you might even be able to answer this. I remember Laura saying, "I don't know why they took the kids because the kids wasn't even at home," right? Well, I said that flies. I've been saying that. I know people who live in hollers. I've been around that atmosphere before. And when you're an outsider, especially a female, and you go up in the holler and there's a bunch of men up there, you know, they see you dressed a little bit fancy or you know, they kind of like, let me get a piece of that. And I'm serious. I seen that myself. So yes, Fred probably thought he was moving up in the world. But this is what I said. And this is my opinion. This is my opinion. Ziggy thought that she was going to profit. She's profiting now after, you know, from being with Fred and all of that. You know, Fred kind of put her on the YouTube map, in my opinion. But I really think that Ziggy thought that the property, the family property, I believe that she thought that her and Fred were going to live in the holler happily ever after. That's my opinion on that. Do you agree with that, Kirst? Okay, I can't hear her. Okay, let's screen name. How many times do you see Fred cry? I do not know. Okay. Let's get this started again.
I don't think that Laura is still in contact with Ellie at all. They didn't, like she just said, they didn't really have a relationship to begin with in that way. So are you in contact?
No, we fell out. We fell out when all that happened in Virginia, and they hightailed it from Virginia to Tennessee, and CPS couldn't get a hold of them. I mean, after all that happened,
Interesting.
I really didn't have nothing else for her.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And after what Fred done and forced me to have to call
I couldn't
Russell
hear
County
you,
CPS, Russell
Kirst.
County Sheriff's Office, Scott County Sheriff's Office, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office over the phone call that he gave me. No, that's when everything changed.
Okay, babe.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Madison wants to know if you think that Fred's involved in Summer's disappearance.
I don't know if he's involved. Does he know something that somebody did? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, he said himself that he signed statements to testify in court. So apparently he knows something.
Wow. He said he signed a statement to testify in court. Now, I do not know anything about Ernie Shell's aunt living next to Ziggy. I had never heard that before. But that statement that Ellie just made is interesting, and she's I feel she's being very truthful. She didn't come out and say, "Oh my God, yes he did. Oh my God, Guillermo. Ernie said so." If Ernie said it, it's got to be true. I'm just saying. Same name doesn't mean same person. I was asking you earlier, Kirst, how do you think that Ziggy thought that being with, because I remember her making the statement that, when she started going to Tennessee, Fred was meeting her at what I'm going to call his trap house. I'm calling it his trap house. I don't know if anybody else is. That's where he did his stuff. And then she found out, she made a comment like, "But I didn't know that, up in the holler there that, they were living in a nicer place." I think she thought that she hit the Beach Creek lotto. I really do. Do you remember when she said that, Kirst?
Yeah. I do.
Who the fuck is Pete, Danny? Who are you talking about?
Pete Clark.
Oh, Pete Clark.
Could be.
Let me tell you guys this. Where Pete Clark and Brandon Clark and all of them lived at was not per se neighbors to Ziggy. It's in a totally different county, quite a ways away. And I know because I live in Indiana. So,
I heard someone, Jody said that Fred had ties in Indiana. I don't know how true that is. She didn't say family or friends. She just said ties.
I look now, I'd have to pull up all the info that I have because I've got like a list of different people who, is associated with Indiana or whatever. If you go back and look at Clyde Trent and Pete Clark, they're from around the same area in Indiana. So, and I'm trying to remember the name of the county, and I can't off the top of my head. Ellie says, yes, they have relatives in Indiana.
Yeah.
Which is very, very interesting. But I
can't.
Yeah,
I remember Fred saying he always thought that he would actually end back up in Indiana. He did say that. Yeah. Trent, what is her ties in Indiana? I've never heard that.
She owns property here. Huh. She owns property here in Indiana.
Rentals?
Yeah. I don't know if they're rentals or not. I like I said, I haven't pulled up that. The only reason I even had that connection there was because what 423 Chase said about Indiana then Benny started talking about a white truck with the Indiana tags, and a few other things that transpired in front of my eyeballs. That made me look into the Indiana situation a little bit more. If you go back and you watch JLR talking to Brandon, Brandon says the county that him and his dad were from. That's where I found it interesting, because if you pull up Clyda Trent, you know, I didn't do a background check on her, but if you pull up her information, yes, she is. There's an Indiana connection there, absolutely. So for sure. Okay, let me start this.
Hey, before you start, I recently found out that Pete Clark was actually having open heart, so he had nothing to do with the 15th. He was in the hospital.
And that, yeah, Grandma actually, when she left the Hill, it was to take care of a family member, or help take care of a family member that had heart surgery also, right? Which I found that kind of odd, because I've never known of a heart doctor that, because grandma was at 110, then she leaves to go help the family member who had the heart problems, and they kept saying that that was already arranged before Summer went missing. And I'm like, so it was a scheduled heart surgery? I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but that was kind of weird to me too. That was, so.
Yeah, I missed the first 6 months of the case. I missed a lot of the chase and the silly stuff like the
Well,
station
the whole thing with
stay.
Chase was, and I'm not getting any answers, and I probably never will. Uh, Ellie said, "Curse, didn't Laura claim Pete Clark was the #1 suspect? I know he was in the hospital though."
Did Laura? Let me think about that. Did Laura?
Well, in the first 6 months, that was when a lot of the craziness was going on. I couldn't understand why, #1, how 423 Chase even got involved in the case. Then he, said that stuff about Grandma in
Well, he's a
Indiana.
local, right?
Well, he was a local, but if you remember right, allegedly, Benny Benny said he had to get Dawn to let Chase come around because they had prior falling outs, right? And
Yeah,
then,
it gets convoluted, and I just don't think anything has to do with anything. So I don't really dive into it because it makes no difference to me.
yeah, that's the way it was with me too. But it just, the only reason Chase even really came to my attention, I knew about the billboard stuff, and the money stuff I stayed away from.
Yeah.
That I do not, that's not my cup of tea. But him becoming involved in it and being the main character that, other people were going to have this and this and this and this done. And, he was involved when they took Jody to the hotel or motel or whatever.
Right. Now, was he friends with Dawn? Did they know each other prior?
Yes, they knew each
So
other
he was
prior.
a distraction, pretty much.
Yes, because from my understanding, Dawn and him had a falling out. So I'm not quite sure how he popped up to insert himself in it, period. I
Yeah,
really
he
don't know.
seemed like a squirrely character to me. Just
But like I said, my interest with it, because I think Chase was being used by a lot of people, but
yeah.
the only thing I wanted to know, where did the story about Indiana come from that he told everybody? So that's the only thing I ever wondered about. Where
Where
did
did
that
that
story
start?
originate? So yeah, because it was a pretty weird freaking story. So
And back to Ellie's statement, I can't think of Laura saying anything about Pete, but I know Fred has. Fred brought him up a couple months back. He started pointing fingers at Pete. He was talking to Blue Solo Cup in chat, asking him if he knew Pete and talking about Pete and Dawn having issues. Yeah.
but isn't it convenient for Fred that he sure wants to lay the framework for people who aren't alive anymore?
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start this again.
I would think that if he was directly involved, he would already be in handcuffs.
Yeah, I mean, again, it does take, sometimes it takes, especially when they don't have the body, it takes years to build a case. So especially when nobody will tell the fucking truth, you know, it's kind of hard when you're
Right.
dealing with a bunch of people that just won't tell the truth. So
Yeah, there's a huge difference between circumstantial and physical evidence, and
right.
you know, it takes a lot of circumstantial evidence without physical evidence to
Mhm.
bring
It
a case
does.
up for the DA and move forward with it. And I do
Absolutely.
believe that that is what they're struggling with.
Right.
Ellie, did they give Fred, okay, so they gave Fred the lie detector test about cotton, which, you know, if you listen to that jailhouse conversation that Ziggy was having with Fred, you know, he's like, oh yeah, I think they found her in the cave. That whole conversation was really weird. I just watched that again the other day. And shit, where was I going with that? Oh, so we know that they gave him a lie detector test about Cotton Simpson. Did they give him a lie detector test about Summer or ask him any questions pertaining to Summer at all? That's just a question I have. So
I can tell you what I've heard Fred say. Fred has said that they asked him one question about Summer on Cotton's test, and I think it was, did Cotton have anything to do with Summer?
okay, but why
That's
was
all I've heard.
it? Okay, so if that was the case, the question wasn't on the paperwork.
No, that was just a summary of the poly. Fred has recently said there was 9 questions on it,
Wow.
which, you know, I think quite a few people have tried to FOIA jail calls and get this poly, and they're not wanting to give stuff up. So, because I know Don B's trying to get this poly for Ziggy and Fred, and
Why isn't
I
Ziggy
heard
and Fred trying to get it on their own? I would think Fred would have better
they're
chance of
broke.
getting it than anybody.
She said they're broke.
Oh, okay. I'm not touching that because you guys know I'll go on a 5-hour rant about that shit. For real. We're broke. Bullshit, Ziggy. You're afraid to get it. I think she's afraid to get it. I think she doesn't want to see that her love. Ellie said, I don't know for sure, but it says in the poly he was being questioned on an unrelated case.
Right.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, what I did notice, and I heard through the grapevine, that Voices Behind the Wall is, you know, trying to get quite a few polygraphs test given to these people or whatever But people can lie on a polygraph. They're not admissible in court.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it really
people are gonna
doesn't
look at
matter.
it both ways. They're no matter how if they end up taking him and Andy, Fred and Andy take these tests, no matter how they come out, it's not going to change anything.
No.
You're going to have the same result. Well, he lied, or it's not
Right.
admissible. So what's the whole point in all this?
Yeah, I completely get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me turn it back on here.
No, just me. I can answer. There's absolutely no proof that Fred was ever wired for anything, ever.
Thank you, 6UP, because that was my thing too. That was crazy ass talk with him saying that they asked him to record Don Wells. That made no sense to me. Don acted, for a long time, Don acted like that, Fred did his substances. He didn't like Fred because of that. And then we find out that they were okay with each other. So it, doesn't make a lot of sense.
You know what? I've always not believed in that either, but I'm kind of coming around to the possibility that maybe he did, but not really for the fact of what he's saying. I don't think within an hour of Fred getting home and all this going on, there was more people on 110 than just Dawn, Fred, and Jody Sue. There was a
Yes.
slew of searchers, Robin, David. There was a lot of shit going on.
Exactly.
Fred said that he went up to the command center and gave his statement and had his phone dipped that night. I think he's confused on his timing. I don't think that he recorded them that night because Jody and Andy have both said they didn't see him. I think Fred was a little. I think he was high as a kite the 15th. To be honest.
I do too. I mean, I do think with the substances and stuff that he was doing that, and this is the way I feel about a few of them, that has come out from the area or whatever, that maybe their days got mixed up.
Yeah.
And when things happen on a certain day, they felt it was a different day. And yeah, I watched that from the beginning. Especially, I remember the interview that Fred and Andy had, and I was confused by within 5 minutes of that, because they were the 14th, the 15th, and it was like, okay, well, now I'm confused on what day was what. So
with the Jackie Dobbs stuff, like Andy asking him, I got confused too. But I think Andy meant to say the 14th, but it came out the 15th, and that's where it got confusing. Yeah.
Right. And the thing, this is the thing with Andy, he called Pruitt. Pruitt was like, your name ain't come up. If your name ain't come up, then, basically don't bring yourself to my attention anymore. That's the way I took that. But they keep tripling down that Andy was on the road that day. He was there. He was there. He was there. And that vitriol that especially Ziggy has for Andy, it's like you've never shown any proof that he was on the hill that day or at the time when, Summer went missing or whatever. But I'll never understand what it is with Andy that, her and Fred keep, putting out there as number one, I guess. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So
from what I gather, because she says it over and over again, she says, well, then tell me why. Tell me why he's lying. Tell me why then he was on the road. And I've never heard her speak of the Jackie Dobbs situation, and I don't think she understands the full story. And I think if she was to get the full story of the 14th, and then maybe have things click in her head like, this is why Andy was on the road the 14th, and this
And-
is why Fred
Right.
thinks that he's seen him on camera on a certain date. There's
and-
just a lot of, you know.
And that is very interesting because I've actually seen something like that transpiring in a different kind of thing that's going on YouTube, and I'm like, before you come out and try to discredit people who have been following this specific, situation, you really can't argue with people when you haven't researched yourself to, even see where things may not be adding up or whatever. So,
Yeah, she said after she made, because she made that phone call, I think back in November, December, and she held on to it for quite a while. And she said that people would just twist his words. So that kind of told me, yeah, you know what he's saying. He said prior.
right.
And I think that's why she didn't release it. But
Yeah. Well, I know he wasn't. I think the thing that got me with all of that was the way that because she had, what was it? Something TBI. Then they didn't contact her back. So she sends them a tip on the tip line, mentions a vehicle. And then when Pruitt calls her over that vehicle, I don't even think Fred's seen a vehicle. I don't think he was telling the truth about that. Because, I mean, the weird thing was, yeah, I seen this vehicle. Oh, but I didn't see who was in there. The windows were tinted. And it's like he's laying in bed and she's talking to Pruitt.
Yeah.
He should have got on the phone himself.
Yeah. She mentioned a lot of things to TBI about Dawn and Andy.
Yeah.
Being responsible for turning Summer over for a debt. And as far as I know so far, they have not contacted Andy to say, hey, we got this tip. And that's pretty big.
Well, I mean,
either TBI knows something better to not even question him about it, or...
Well, this is the thing about that also. In it, she tells TBI that, yeah, Dawn came and wanted me to be a mediator with a well-known dealer in wherever, I don't know, wherever. And, it was weird because I'm like, how would you be a mediator? And because it was, yeah, Don said he didn't want the boys to be taken, but yet he did not say that they had taken Summer. I was like, okay, so Don didn't say, hey, Fred, talk to this dealer for me and tell him, please don't take my kids. But yet Don doesn't say, because they took Summer or possibly took Summer. That, I mean, some of that stuff is just whack.
Well, then you have to go further with it okay, we're talking, the amount 50,000's been brought up, and then I clip some things. I clip everything Fred talks about Knoxville.
Right.
Because it's either true or it's bullshit. It's one or the other. And if it's true, I want to know every single detail. So they were going over a Chris McDonough in the lab interview, and they were talking about she said, did Don have a debt? And at first he said no. And then minutes later, He said, well, it was it was 40,000 and some change. Do you know how much crack that is? $40,000 worth of crack.
Yeah,
I don't see that. I mean, was Don Wells a crack dealer?
well, you
I've
got to
never heard
remember,
anybody say that.
but you have to remember, I mean, and a lot of it, I have to say, was hearsay because, some of it came from Benny Keys, others, it's just what was going around. Don admittedly told Chris McDonough his choice of drugs was Coca-Cola, and that he wasn't a good dealer because he would use the product. He also
Mhm.
made a comment about, if you remember, when Summer went missing, he was like, yeah, some drug dealer could have come and got her, and she could have, they would have been down the road or whatever. And then he makes a statement that he could probably go up to any, I think he was talking about like the Mexican mafia or whatever. I could go
Mhm.
up to any of their establishments. They would welcome me with open arms. Not saying that I believe everything Don says, because you know how Don is.
Mhm.
But oh, there was something else too. You know me. I'll think of it here in a minute. That
Yeah, I just think it's a wild theory, Mary, because if any of it's true, it sure does seem like TBI would be on it. And
and we have
something would have came out of something.
well, we got to
Whether
remember
it be
too.
charges, some are found, something.
Well,
And then
that is
he would still have a debt, would he not? He didn't pay off this debt. Okay, so Don Wells still has a debt. This child is still missing. What was
right,
resolved? Nothing.
right. Well, I mean, possibly if they took Summer, maybe that was the debt paid, but I don't know. I don't know. But I always keep in mind too, when Jody said, when a lot of them talk about Kingsport, they're not
Mm,
specifically talking about Kingsport. And one thing that brought me back was, I remember, and I'm not sure how soon after Summer went missing, I remember Jody talking about uh, her not being far from there, and the place that she named ended up being somewhere that Marlena had been staying. That was interesting to me, but I can't off the top of my head think of where it was.
was that lately she spoke of it, or was that?
No, this has been a while back,
Yeah, I don't
a
remember.
while back. So, okay, let me turn this back on.
There's proof that he had wires worn on him. But no,
Right.
no. And I'm here to tell you that Fred Hill never worked for law enforcement. That's ridiculous. All that shit is ridiculous. Deet says, prior to Ziggy Bones, did Fred and Laura talk much about Summer or the case?
That's all they talked about. They said that mom and dad's clicked onto their Wi-Fi constantly watching YouTube, and that's all they did was say, "I seen this on YouTube," or "I seen that," or "I seen," just talking about what happened that day, and the same stuff that he's talked on Ziggy's lives about, and it was just very repetitive, over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Absolutely
evidence of that.
And but I do have to say, I am not advocating for them at all, but I do have to say that I think a lot, Bailington, thank you, Danny.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Bailington, and the other one's a big one too, isn't it?
Huh?
Bristol and Bailington.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting that
Mm-hmm.
and
15 minutes one way.
the only reason I even put it together is because Marlena mentioned it a lot later. She just happened to mention it, and I was like, dang, okay. So, ding ding on that.
Yeah. And another reason I'm starting to believe this recording thing is because of what he said the other night. I don't know if he was on Shares or Shares was on Ziggy's, but they brought up David Britt being asked to wear a wire, and I guess he didn't want anything to do with it. But see, Fred he says these things and he makes himself look guilty. But what I got out of it is because he said they wanted to have David Britt wear a wire because he was suspect. But then you turn around and you
But
say,
why would you wire somebody who is a possible suspect?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know what
that's kind of silly, right? That somebody's a suspect and law enforcement is like, hey,
well,
you're a
unless they're wanting
suspect,
to,
but
unless they think these guys are stupid enough to say something themselves and they, they want to record what they're getting into, what they're
yeah, that's
talking
right.
about, and they're just setting them up.
Renee Marie, let me, I'm going to, this is the thing about Dawn and the conversation, and I do have that conversation transcribed. What happened was Ziggy has said this herself, okay? Back in the day, Ziggy was having problems, and her mother took her child, and Ziggy had that conversation with Dawn. When Dawn mentioned that, he was actually talking about Ziggy and her daughter, and Ziggy just getting her daughter. It was a conversation like, yeah, how would you feel getting your daughter back? And so that conversation wasn't necessarily, this is my opinion, after listening to it and transcribing it, that conversation was more leaning towards Ziggy, you know, da, 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 da. Ziggy has came out and talked about that herself. So, I'm not saying nothing that's not out there. So, for sure. For
I
sure.
don't think you got your point across on that one because I was waiting for it and I didn't hear it.
Oh, what I'm saying?
Yeah, to explain
Okay.
to her.
Okay. This is what I'm saying. Ziggy, years back, was having substance issues and a lot of problems. Ziggy's mother at that time took custody of her daughter. So, in that phone conversation that Dawn was having with Ziggy, and he made that statement about um, getting your daughter back or something like that. It was more referring to Ziggy and her daughter, not necessarily that they had just got Summer back. Does that
Yeah,
does
he
that
was
make
asking
sense now?
Ziggy, he was literally asking Ziggy, how would you feel? And
Right,
she answered him.
right,
Yeah, he
right,
wasn't saying, he wasn't speaking of Summer. He was
right,
speaking of Ziggy's daughter, Ziggy and Ziggy's
right.
daughter.
And I did. I mean, over these years, I've went back and looked at that conversation and played it many times and just to make sure. But yes, Ziggy came out and talked about that herself. So why do you expect truthfulness from Fred than Candace?
Why do I
What?
expect more? Um, I don't. I don't. I
I
think
mean,
both of them's been dishonest.
that's what I was getting ready to say. I think in the long run, the truthfulness with all of them, well, I don't want to say all of them because, there are so many people who's been very truthful with that situation in the Beach Creek area and everything like that. But I think there are a long list of people that have not been truthful. They've tried to lead everybody, you know, everywhere but themselves, in my opinion. So,
Yeah. There's a little bit of truth to every
yeah, yep.
lie story. There's some truth in there.
But I like Ziggy. I don't feel Fred has anything to do with Summer. Oh, you're fine. 120 acres. You're not the odd person out. There are a lot of people who like Fred and Ziggy.
Mhm.
They're very popular, I must say.
Yeah, they're both good-hearted people, but they on this platform they have both caused a lot of chaos. They
Yeah.
really have.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
They're both
Uh,
confused and yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I'm big on there's Mr. Ernie Shell. Ernie, you're alive. Sorry, cursed. They told me they came in and told me he wasn't alive. I said, no, it's good. He'll be back in a couple days. I
I
knew
heard it.
it. I knew you were alive, Ernie. I knew it. Ernie, I would let you come up here and ask you some questions, but you're not going to tell me the truth anyway. Okay, let me turn this back on, cursed.
Yeah, and there's evidence of that as well. I mean, obviously, if you guys are watching Beats on the Streets go through, Fred said in the early interviews, you can see the way Fred changes and states things that he's doing it right now. You guys, he watched Beats on the Streets live stream before he went on Cher's panel, and he was correcting himself through what Beats and Gavel Geeks were doing.
Hey,
I
Mads.
literally watched him doing it. He watches everything. I mean, how many clips have I played from Ziggy and Fred? All they do is sit there and talk about, watch it. That's all they fucking do. Here's a good question though, Ellie, Karen. Were your parents afraid of Fred?
I believe they were. I know before Dad died. Well, let me back it up a little further. When Fred had went in down there and run Mom off and took over the house and convinced Dad to make him power of attorney over his bank accounts and stuff, there were several times that Dad would break away and drive to Julie, and he came out there one day beating on Julie's door, telling her that he overheard Fred and Laura plotting to kill him. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But he was very adamant that if anything happened to him, that he wanted.
Oh, good, Ernie. I was talking about that. There is a young boy. I put it on my community post from. Oh shit! My mind just went blank. In Kentucky, Harlan, Kentucky, that is missing right now. So you do you, Ernie. You go get on the case and find that young man. Okay, so I remember hearing this before. I don't know where I heard it, that Fred wasn't really kind, you know, to his parents. And I had heard that before. Hey, Carla. I do not know who is the new owner of 165 Ben Hill Road. I don't, ma'am. So, or sir. Ma'am, sir. This doesn't surprise me at all.
Julie
I could be wrong, but
that's
I
what
thought
he
I
had
really
overheard.
heard it.
And while he was there, guess who pulled up in the driveway to make sure where he was at? Fred and Laura.
Wow.
And then with Mom, as far as Mom goes, yeah, I mean, there was a time where she would get mad at what Fred was doing and try to confront him over some stuff. And of course, it would always blow up. Fred showing his ass and stuff. I remember her telling me about a time that she went up there and beat on his door to get him awake for something, to talk to him about something. And he came out of the house buck naked, standing out in the middle of the yard in front of his mom, God, the neighbors, everybody, raising hell on her. And she left.
I had heard that before too, for sure. Oh, Fred's father suffers with dementia. Yes, Crystal's a conspiracy person. We're Moonshine Girl. I don't want to talk about Crystal. And yeah, we know Ernie's weird, but I don't think he took a boy. But if she believes that, more power to her. Oh my God, they already contacted you over the theory. Well, Jesus, take the wheel, Ernie. So, yeah. Well, I'll tell you this little tidbit of information, and I'll say it's hearsay because, this came directly to me from someone that said when they had a lawsuit on Crystal, that Ziggy actually contacted them and asked them to put her on that suit because she didn't have the money to file on her own. And she was told a big no. No, no, no. So.
What did you say? What was the beginning of that? What?
I was having a conversation with someone
Mm-hmm.
who said that they had a lawsuit going with a certain person.
Okay.
And Ziggy contacted them and asked them if they would if they would put her name on their lawsuit against this person because she didn't have the money to file herself for it.
What?
And they told her no.
You
They
can't
told her
give
no.
more details on this? I've never heard that. Or maybe I haven't. It's not.
Well, the only reason I don't say that is because the lawsuit was a big freaking, horrible shit. And I don't want to get that shit going, with Crystal again. So that name should tell you right there. So.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
So, she asked and they said no, they wasn't going to do it. So, and that came straight from this person. So you can take it as hearsay or however you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I was told. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about Crystal, Mags. I'm sorry I mentioned her name. Don't say her name 3 times, please. You know what? This is funny. This is kind of off topic. I kind of like Crystal. I do. I mean, I'm weird. I like it. I like everybody for different reasons, but she is absolutely a conspiracy theorist for sure. So, what are you talking about, Slim Pickens? Let me say, I'm going to say this, okay? I'm going to say this about Andrew. I did a live. His wife came up on my panel, and I had a great conversation with her. I found her to be a very nice lady. And if you listen to it, she says Andrew doesn't know anything about the Summer Wells case. That's what she said. I was like, thank you, ma'am. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But you guys believe whatever you want to believe. For real. Well, Crystal is Crystal, and Crystal's Crystal. That's all I'm going to say. I don't need her coming up. Did you see what she did to me one day? I was doing a live. It was funny. I was doing a live. She got mad at me. And I was telling her, I was like, go home, Crystal. Your husband's calling you. You know how I am. I can be a real smart ass sometimes. Yeah. She went over and started a live and said, remain calm, doesn't care about Summer Wells.
Yes.
It was funny. I was like, dang, girl, you're the one that came over to me. Why are you coming at me now? So
I know.
it was funny. It was
I
really
agree with
funny.
you. She's likable. She's got a little spunk to her, but when you get on the conspiracy and the
Oh,
YouTube
Lord.
side of her, it's too
Mm-mm.
much for me.
It's too much for me, too. I bow out gracefully. I'm like,
Yep.
whatever, girl.
Yep.
Hey,
Can't touch this.
Mishu. Okay,
Yes, yeah.
let's get her started again.
because it was getting ready to go sideways really bad. Instances like that. But after Dad passed away, I remember multiple times of Mom and Julie both telling me that they felt like they were in the way. They were being made to feel like they were in the way,
Wow.
whatever that means.
Wow.
Hey, Rachel.
I think just me. I mean, I'll ask her, but do you feel like Ziggy's feeding him what to say, or yeah? I mean, I think
Now, Cursed.
Yes, ma'am.
And I haven't watched the whole Cher interview with them, but when she had to go potty and makes a comment about not being able to, not wanting to leave Fred up there by himself,
Yeah.
girl, that told me what I already knew. I wonder if he doesn't show himself because he's got a shock collar on. And every time he says something that she's like, no, gives him a little jolt. I was just like,
I
that's
thought
just,
it was crazy because she said, he's shy and he's got to come around. I found that to be a real big bullshit
well,
statement
I'm
because
sorry.
Fred's not afraid to talk.
From, and I'll say hearsay, he's not too shy to be calling and talking to YouTubers in the middle of the night
No,
when
no,
she's allegedly sleeping.
no,
He's not that shy, is he?
no. I've heard him snap at Jody. I've heard him snap at Ziggy. No,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep. Well, I've always thought this about both of them. I I sometimes think that she puts him in a position. I mean, I couldn't imagine waking up in the morning and the first thing is, oh, what about this? Oh, do you remember anything? Da 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 da. I have a feeling that he hears that all day long. And I also think that they both know that they keep having to do what they're doing
hmm
because she this is my opinion. I don't see her making the money now like she had been making prior.
no,
So I think they just have to try to keep, you know, keep putting different stuff out there, even if it's not factual, to, you know, keep that money coming in. But that's just my opinion.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
all right,
I
let me.
I question why Fred's been on from day one. I could see him wanting to be interested because this big event happened on his road and he knew the people. But to just want to be so involved and it's a bit much.
Well, I do think that, and like I said, my channel is based on my opinion, everybody else's opinions, and I
hmm
think that that's the more that he could tell her, the more that she was drawn to him, and was she drawn to him because of dollar signs at the beginning? Very good possibility. But
That's my
someone,
opinion.
is that your opinion too?
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And so a lot of times when people are in jail or whatever, and they're having a conversation with you know, him having a conversation with Ziggy, and she's like, I know he's telling me the truth. I really don't think that she wants to find, and all she's got to do is look. I mean, you guys have proved Fred to be a liar from jump. And
I've
she,
heard her say her outlook on lying is, if you, and she has said it in a particular way, I've clipped it, you're not lying if you are which I can see your point, if you're not purposely wanting to deceive. So if what she's saying is Fred's giving his best account of what he thinks is real, then he's not
right,
lying.
right. Well, I can kind of see that, but if he, if I
And that's
just,
where I come in with accountability. Look, bud,
yes, yes,
you
you
need
have
to
been
take a look back at what really did occur,
right.
because I don't think it did the way you remember it. And it's still not too late to go, you guys, you're right. Man, I messed up. Some things were a little different. Let's move forward and let's find Summer, instead of all of us clip channels wanting to show the world, no, that's not how it happened. That's not.
Well, you know, this is what I say about people, you know, who make money off of YouTube. It's not easy to be a creator. A lot of stuff really goes into to being a creator. I don't so much per se, you know, people who are trying to, like, Curse shows a lot of Fred's contradictions and different things like that. There's nothing wrong with a creator monetizing. What I find, what I have a hard time with is a creator who blatantly makes up bullshit, um, and,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, we watched Ziggy do some really weird shit where money's concerned,
Yeah.
and you know,
Yeah.
it's just. But
When,
no,
when you put your personal life out there and you start putting, your utility account numbers and Nightbot.
yeah, and when you,
Oh,
and let me tell you, when you do that and you put, okay, so this got me because her ass got busted is what happened
sure
when
did.
she tried to tell the electric company they put it in Fred's name and that she didn't live there anymore.
Yeah.
Now, when she got freaking busted over it, she blamed
6 and
Six
L.
Up.
Mm-hmm.
She blamed
Mm-hmm.
Six Up.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, that it's like, no, ma'am, you tried to defraud the electric company. But I've never known, this is the truth. I live in Indiana. I've never known someone that was able to have a $2,500 electric bill and it not be shut off.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I've
She
never
says
heard
she
of
has a
that.
big house, which I've seen it. She does, and that's another issue. That's her personal issue, but I think they need to move into a smaller house, find some land and
Right.
get Fred where he needs to be. If he's not going to work because he's disabled, find a little house on the prairie somewhere.
Right. I
Uh,
think, but then again, that's what I think that, you know, she was, this is just my opinion. I truly believe that she thought that they were going to end up with property in Beach Creek.
yeah, I do too.
I honestly do.
Yep, yep,
And boy, was she in for a surprise.
yeah.
So,
Do you guys have PIP up there? Like payment plans for Duke
well,
Energy?
yes, okay. So I know
Mm-hmm.
here in my county, they have energy assistance,
Mm-hmm.
and you go up, usually it's a summer program and a winter program. they help with so much.
Like winter
Wait,
crisis.
I'm trying to remember because I used it once years ago. I've never used it again, but I think that you still have to pay your water and your trash pickup, but your electric, they give you so much and it's taken off. Now, what happens with the electric company, you can set up like a payment plan, but you have to pay your bill every month, and they add in some of the bill that you owe.
Yep.
So, that's added on to your normal bill. But my understanding, you even miss one payment after you've set that program up, and they shut you off.
Right, you're responsible for the whole balance.
Right,
And
right.
that's how I seen it probably happen with them. She missed a couple of payments, one
And
payment.
let me say this. I'm not saying that Ziggy has done this, so nobody twists my words here. Back in the day, I knew people, if they had their kids' social security numbers, they would actually put the bills in the kids' names.
Oh yeah.
I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, I've heard that happen for ages. Yeah. Yeah.
Would India,
What is Ellie laughing at?
what is
What are you
what?
laughing at, Ellie? She's got happy.
She's probably laughing at the picture that's up on the screen right now. I always catch Ziggy looking freaky for some reason. Every time I stop her, it's like she's looking freaky. But now I'm telling you, when she did that live and she was like, oh my God, somebody hacked me. I'm like, that happened to like 100 people that day. But no, it was specific there. So
she has a lot of learning to do, in my opinion. And I have actually, I know every time I come on panel, I sound like a Ziggy supporter, but I'm not. I've seen a lot of growth in her in a different way. I think that she has learned to adult through Fred, as crazy as that sounds.
and I completely get it, because I know some people are like, she's so naive and all this other stuff. But go back and look at some of the things she's done. When she got that credit card, and believe me, she wasn't naive when she called the credit card company and asked them to, what was it? She asked them to, give her more money on the card, basically.
Yeah.
She wasn't that dumb. And also, don't forget the story where she was going to marry an illegal for $10,000 so they could get their green card or whatever.
Right.
She talked about that too.
Yep.
So you have to remember,
Ziggy, I thought she did do it. I thought she did go through with it, but it didn't.
Oh, I don't know if she went through with it or not. I just remember her talking about it.
Because when her and PG were talking about it, she said something like, well, I was married once, but this is a situation. I could be wrong on that, but that's how I thought I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, she might be naive in some ways, but, she'll tell you about
a lot of faith in Fred Hill is what she has.
She's got too much faith in Fred Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Diamonds. All right, let me turn her back on here.
We all feel like
yeah, I absolutely do. She controls everything that he says. I mean, good Lord, she won't even go to the bathroom and leave him alone with somebody that might ask him the actual questions. So, I mean, that ought to tell you everything you need to know. I mean, she's controlled his narrative. I mean, she went to the extreme of completely cutting Laura off from Fred in all ways and being the middleman to where Laura couldn't even talk to him because she was controlling a narrative.
Yep. And she, man, if you go back, like we talked about that last time, if you go back to that time, she would do these readings with Fred and while she was live and talk about how she was this piece with Laura and Fred and she was going to be like their hero. I mean,
Now, this is what got me about that too, because I'll never forget. Ziggy said when she was first communicating with Fred, I think it was on Facebook, that
Mhm.
Laura was the one who was responding at first. And that was kind of weird to me, because then I'm like, but when he went to jail is when they got closer. So I think there at first, I'm thinking Laura may have been, you know, trying to maybe, you know,
She was.
not let her man get too out of control with
Yeah.
Ziggy
Laura
anyway.
seen what was happening. She wasn't stupid, but they were hard up for money. There was a lot of money going between a lot of hands with Laura and Fred and Ziggy.
Right. Well, I mean, she came out and said that that's why he was manufacturing the substances, is because they wasn't making enough money. You know, they wasn't making enough money to live or whatever it was. So yeah.
Is there that much money in those sales? Really?
Sales from
Math.
um
Is that a lucrative?
I was going to ask Ellie this. That's a good question. I was going to ask Ellie this. Ellie, do you remember Fred said something about law enforcement came into, I guess, the trailer and said that they actually tore out the walls? Were they looking for substances? Was that done before Summer went missing? I hope she's still in here.
I thought he said they did that after he went to jail because he blamed it all on his sisters. He said they tore that trailer up.
Oh, I thought that he said that it happened before that. I mean, I could be wrong.
And
Deliverance
he
by.
said that he had law enforcement go and do a sweep of his property and trailer after he went to jail. I don't know. And check his septic tank. Like, I don't know what the timing.
Well,
had to
yeah,
do
because
with anything.
that happened after that, because I don't know the psychic's name, but from my understanding, the girls were checking out the areas and stuff.
Mhm,
You know, they went through there with a few other people.
mhm,
I remember that when that happened.
mhm.
He accused me of tearing out the walls. Okay, Ellie, he accused you of tearing out the walls. Do you know about the time that law enforcement did tear out the walls? Was that before, because possibly looking for substances, or was that after Summer went missing? I mean, you may not know, because I know you said you guys really didn't want to be around him that much, but
Didn't all this happen after June?
I don't know. That's why I was asking. I just heard him mention it, so you probably know Kurz better than I do. I mean,
That's all I've heard. Everything I've heard happened after the fact.
okay. So I guess that's kind of interesting, because if they came in and did it after Summer went missing, were they looking for substances, or were they looking for something that they thought could possibly be in the walls?
Let me
Diamond said, I think it
check
was
Fred something
after.
real quick. I might disconnect. Let me ask her something real quick.
Didn't Fred or Laura claim at one point there was money stashed even with the tree? Fred did. I'm not sure about Laura, she says. Well, all I know is that they searched after he went to jail. Okay, thank you, Ellie. Thank you. So, yes, it was after he went to jail. Well, let me tell you guys something. It's not necessarily that people who live in an area like that don't want outsiders buying any property. The majority of them don't want outsiders buying property that are just going to become a nuisance in the holler. That's my opinion on that. So, okay, I'm going to turn this back on real quick.
It was
Mm-hmm.
it was really, really obvious to a lot of people.
Oh yeah, she was blowing some major smoke up Laura's ass.
Mm-hmm. Helen asked, does she know if Fred took cars off that day or not? Before you answer, I want to mention that Karen has been on here with me and we've had conversations before. The link is in the description. I think she did kind of talk about it then, but she can answer that again if you want.
To the best of my knowledge, no, he did not.
Right. Yeah.
That is interesting because I question the cars. I definitely question the car situation. Because, yeah, that whole timeline situation doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. For sure. Hey, KK. Hey, Foxy.
Yeah, I think the trucks were in there the 14th. Jody's talked about it.
Larry. Christ's return is near. The signs are everywhere. God loves you. Change your mind from unbelief and believes the gospel of Christ. Please share with family and friends. God bless you all. Thank you, Larry. God bless you too. Okay. He has changed. It's like.
I think there were squatters living at 207 too. So they could have maybe tore the place up.
That's true.
I've heard so many things. So many things.
Well, I don't know, because Ellie said that Pruitt told him that, yes, law enforcement had done it after Fred went to jail.
Mm.
So that's why I said I wonder what they were looking for. Substances or, there had to have been something they were looking for if they tore the walls out.
Yeah, I guess. Evidence, money, drugs.
Well, that's, hang on, where is that? Holy moly. Hold on, girl. Thank you, Poppy. Okay, here, we're gonna throw that pin message up there. I don't need anybody saying, oh my God, she put her cash up there. Yes, I did. I apologize. I'm poor. I'm a poor bitch today. Yeah, that's pretty interesting also. One thing that has always stood out to me is the fact that he made comments about cotton. This is the thing. He made comments about cotton. First, him and Laura both said that he was bragging that he was poking Candace, all of that stuff. Supposedly he was a dirty talker. And Fred says him and Marvin followed Cotton because Cotton had some money and was kind of afraid because he had that money. Where
he was afraid of being robbed.
What got me cursed was when the question was asked, did Cotton know you were following him? And Fred said no.
Nope.
And then
I think you've missed a lot. Fred just admitted he was in Cotton's vehicle. He's saying, I don't know if he's talking about now. Fred is saying he only met Cotton 2 times. 2 times. I hear otherwise. I hear he used to work with Cotton years ago. But Fred is sticking to he has only met Cotton twice. And he has said what you just said. That
No.
Cotton was there to buy a boat. They
Yes.
followed him out to the very place and if you listen to that statement you were just quoting, he does say he parked into the church.
Yes.
Well, then Ryan comes out with these people saying, "Yep, his
Oh
truck
yeah, the
is
Fred,
parked
yeah.
at the church."
Yep, and
It,
had left Cotton a message on the phone about Summer, and my thing with that is, Kirst, if that is factual, I didn't listen to all Ryan. I heard the comment. Was law enforcement contacted about that? Or is this just something that because Ryan's going around asking questions that they decided that they would add that in there?
well, Ryan apparently is wiring people up to talk to somebody in the area, and I'm not sure I agree with that.
My thing is with that, people need to realize that in those areas, sometimes people take the law into their own hands.
Yeah.
You could very well be putting someone in danger.
Well, he is because he's got these people that he's blurring, but people know who they are.
Right.
People from Beach Creek know who these people are. He showed that little girl's face, and then Fred and Ziggy are throwing out someone else's name because they think that who is talking to Ryan is someone else, which it's not, because they got the story confused.
Right.
Ziggy doesn't watch this stuff. She says that Fred watches it, and this is, how she's gaining her information.
But let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Carla. That is so sweet. Thank you so much, darling. I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry, I do that all the time.
You're going to talk about the danger of.
Yeah, I mean, she has really, people just don't understand that it is very irresponsible to. Let me give you an example. I heard her say that she was going to go talk to this individual who lived way up in the mountain, and that she actually had someone in the car that was taking her to this place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I really hope she didn't have her daughter with her. I don't think she ended up making it there or going there or whatever. But
he wasn't home. His mom was there.
Let me tell you this. If you are up in the mountains and somebody gets mad at you and they look at you and say, I could throw you down that cliff right now and nobody would ever find you, they are not lying.
Right.
Not saying they're going to do it, but they're not lying. They could, the possibilities are endless. And people take care of their own. And even though you may have maybe distant cousins who don't even like each other, you do something to the family, they're going to come for you. They don't care if they hadn't talked to their cousin Joe in 10 years. You've done something to the family.
Well, I think she's naive to think that anyone's going to say, yep, I know what happened this summer. I know. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's not going to happen.
Let me tell you what I find sad. What they have done and what they have said, and about a lot of different people from that area, I feel Fred's going to be in a situation where if he ever goes back,
Mhm.
he's going to have to be very careful.
I think people knew Fred as the guy that carried, because I've heard multiple stories, but I think they know better now that he's on probation and he's not going to be carrying. And I agree with you that they are both in danger
Right.
if they go back to Tennessee, because these locals are watching and listening and they're not happy.
Oh no, I can guarantee you they're not happy. I mean, it is just it's very sad. Because we've talked about that before when, we talked about Fred and just the where he lived continuously out in the woods and doing things all day long. And
Mhm.
now he's doing what? Not a whole lot. Going fishing, I hear, but
Yeah.
that's about all I hear about that. That story was bullshit. I
I
don't
hear
care
all
what
kinds of
anybody
stories
says.
about Fred in the woods. People, somebody
Right.
told me they thought they were shooting at an animal and they think they ended up shooting Fred because Fred didn't show up for a little while. And
That wouldn't surprise me because I know Jody at one time talked about she felt like Dawn or something was doing the peeky peek. And
yep,
then it came out that, the possibility that it could have been Fred was there also. So,
I'm iffy on that one because they said that they chased the guy and almost caught up to him, right? But then he ended up getting in the truck and getting away.
yeah,
But they have no idea who it was. I
right,
don't I don't understand that one, especially if it was Fred or Dawn. How do
right.
you know it was one of them for sure?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would think, especially with Jody, I mean, she knows the sound of people's vehicles and
Mhm.
I just heard her talking about Fred's recently with, yeah, I heard it, it started and then it stopped and the
Mhm.
usual. And I know people make fun of her for that, but when you live in an area like that and you're there for an extended time, you do learn a lot of the different noises.
Oh,
Uh,
I know my neighbor's vehicles every morning when everybody's going to work around me.
yep,
I know
yep. So absolutely.
yeah.
Um,
And did you catch what that one? She said she heard Fred's truck, but she only says once.
she
Now
did. She said something like it's the one I just heard her talk about recently. She
mm-hmm,
said something about she heard it, then she heard it stop,
yep.
and she could not say if it was Fred who was driving it or somebody else. So you know, did
Yeah.
did Fred let other people drive his truck? Probably. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but
Yeah, she was kind of making it to where, if that was one of her puzzle pieces, that if Fred was involved, that could maybe possibly, I don't know if she's saying Marvin or Laura, because Fred has also said Marvin was on camera that day, which makes sense if they were planning on scrapping cars, because they weren't going to go to the scrap yard with just Laura and Fred because they
right.
didn't have a license. I don't know how he did that. If he went and picked Marvin up on the way, if Marvin came over, but he has said Marvin was on camera that day.
Right.
There's just so many little things. If you pick up on it, you
Do
can.
you,
If
do
you don't have
you
the truth, you can make it.
yeah, there's a lot of things and this is the way it's been for me. All the information that I have from the beginning and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
There's things that have been said over the last 4 years that I can go, wait a minute, this was said or whatever, the first week or two after she went missing, and it coincides with some things that come out at a
Mhm.
later time.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to get to the truth of these footprints. That's my number one goal, is to get
I know, me
the
too.
truth. Because that's a theory on its own. If her scent was indeed up at Fred's and there's footprints out in those woods, man.
Well, not only that, but the backpack with the girl, he said it allegedly had little girl's clothes in it, right? Or
Yeah.
was the little girl's clothes in the washer? And I'm like, that is weird.
I think the
That
little girl's clothes were in the backpack, and there was lingerie at Fred's at
oh,
165.
is that where they found the garbage bag full of women's lingerie?
Yes.
Wow. So I
And I
have
don't
my
know why
own.
detectives would be even brush that off. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe.
know, because when the girls went to search that place and they found that, law enforcement just laughed it off, I think, right,
Yeah.
Ellie? I don't know if Ellie's still in here, but they
Yeah.
just kind of laughed it off. The only reason that I could even think of them laughing at, the weird thing is, there are people that do many things up in the mountains, and if they are perhaps dealing or making substances, there are situations where there are females that hang around those places to do their thing, or do their thing and get paid for in the substances. That
Mhm.
does happen. That
Mhm.
does happen. But
Well, especially after Ellie said she found hair and bone fragments.
well,
And
they didn't TBI come and get all that stuff.
I believe so. Yeah.
Do you ever hear anything on that, Ellie? I don't know if that ever came out, what that
It's crazy.
transpired to. One thing I want to say to Ellie for sure. Um, I I I know that it had to have been emotional, knowing that you were looking in that area to try to find, something that might help find Summer. That to me would have been, I would have been an emotional wreck. I really would have.
Mhm.
I heard Laura got married, just peeking. I heard Laura got married. Is that, do you know, is that true, Kurtz? Because I
Laura
don't know if
White?
it's true or not.
I've never heard that. Uh-uh.
I heard it in actually in 6Up's chat. They were
No,
said something about Laura got married or something.
no, I showed up a little late to their live, so I missed the
Yeah, I don't
beginning
know
of
if it's true or not, but if she did, good for her. I hope she's because she ended up getting the big C word, and
it. Was that confirmed?
I don't know if that was confirmed or not.
Yeah.
Ellie said she hadn't called and checked. Yeah, I would be like, what's going on with that stuff I had you guys come and get? That's pretty interesting that they haven't gotten back with you guys and let you guys know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true or not. I just know, I think I seen it in 6Up's chat, I think.
Hmm.
If she got married or not, I don't know. But I mean, look how quick Fred got married.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
I think Ziggy felt he was in danger You know, she said it herself that she was scared for him and she
And that's,
wanted
you know
to
what?
get him
I'm
pregnant.
sorry, but that's fucking weird
That
that
is
she,
super weird.
oh, he might be in danger when they don't care who they're putting in danger, in my opinion, for sure.
Look, I would look at it totally different if she didn't have a daughter. Do what you want to do. You want to be reckless and get into this game that you've
Right,
inserted yourself into, do it. But
right.
that's not the case.
Corvus, thank you for coming in, and I love the Cardinal. My dad was a big Cardinal fan, the bird and the baseball. So, is Ziggy and Fred's marriage real? I'm sure it is. I mean, I think so. I don't know why they would fib about that, but I don't know. I do
Well,
not know.
now see, now that's surprising for you to say after all your comments of how you feel about money and fame and what I don't think it's real. I mean, I know they're married on paper, but you know, are they married because they're in love and they want to grow old together and make something? No, I don't think that's why they got married. I think it's a total YouTube marriage.
I have to agree with you on that. I do. Only because, and you're right, I've said that before, how it's their
There's no passion
relationship
there.
is
There's
built
nothing.
yeah, the relationship has totally been built around a missing child.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, and then he was in jail. Of course he's not going to do anything. Well, you know, some people in jail, they do cheat on their spouses, but you know, he
Hey, I've heard that as soon as he got out of jail, he hooked up with Laura.
I heard that too. I heard
Um,
that too.
I mean, if he couldn't keep in his pants for a couple of days long enough to get to his wifey in Indiana, mm, that's not a marriage of love.
No, not at all. She took a dog and a whole ass man out of that holler. She sure did, just speaking. But I agree because, you know, Jody mentioned, and I had thought about this when she first took the dog. Um, I believe she knew by getting one of Yucky's puppies that, you know, that was a lot of attention for her. When she took that dog, it absolutely was a lot of attention for her.
She said she wasn't a dog person. I've clipped it. I'm not a dog person.
Does she even still have the dog?
Yeah, she's got both of them.
Yeah, I knew the little one, the one with all the hair.
Bandit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's a TV personality. You know, that's another thing. That's a whole ass thing of having a dog. People connect with dogs and they watch
yes.
the channel for it. It's
I mean,
just
I got a cat. I got a cat. She'll show her ass sometimes. She'll see
oh
me live and she wants to come get in front of the camera and show her ass.
yeah.
But yeah, she's not into the grifting, I can tell you that.
Well, Ziggy's merchandise has Moon, Athena Moon. It's based on the dog and Summer's name. And I think that's pretty shitty.
Do you remember when someone contacted the Better Business Bureau on her?
I do.
I remember that too. That just came to my little pea picking mind right there.
Yeah, I missed all that. I know about it, but I wasn't going to her channel when she was into the sales, and I've seen it, but
Please tell me that you did not miss the U-Haul truck place.
oh, I've seen it.
Oh, holy
Oh yeah.
no! Well, she deleted one of them.
Well, people have it. 6 Up
Yeah.
has all the good shit. Yeah.
Well, I gotta go find it because I want to see it again because she
I,
was a tripping out.
if it's not on this live we're watching, it's on the live before she played
Okay,
it.
cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. All right. Love it. I'll definitely check it out. I've been wanting to see it because I found the one where it's along the same lines, but she did it like the day after or something. I can't remember exactly, but I will check
It's
it
had
out.
quite a few meltdowns.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Let's turn her back on. Hey, one thing I can say, at least watching it like that, we can turn her off and on. That's a good thing.
Hey, Robin.
Where have you been, Robin? I haven't seen you in years. Years, lady. Okay, here we go.
I'm just going through the
From
chat.
the statement that my sister gave law enforcement, she had been working on her lawnmower and had been down Moss to borrow a small toolkit and got there, a few minutes before 3 and stayed 10, 15 minutes and left a few minutes after 3. There was no car being loaded up, hauled off, or nothing. She didn't even see
Wow.
Fred at that time on the road.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So if around that time, if there was no car loaded up on a trailer, there would have been none because the scrapyard was going to be closed. There's no fucking way.
Kirst, do you
Yeah.
remember him saying that he had seen Candace on the road?
No.
Do you
What do you
remember
mean?
that?
On camera?
No. Like,
No, he
like
sticks to he did not see Candace.
I'll have to try to find that because I'm almost sure at some point, maybe it's hearsay, maybe somebody else said it. I don't want to get it wrong. You guys know I don't like putting out misinformation.
He
But it's
said Chad told him Candace was there. He said law enforcement showed him a picture of Candace walking by the camera, and he said his cameras caught her getting out of her truck. That's what I've heard him say about Candace.
so she actually drove her truck to Fred. She didn't walk over there.
No.
Okay. Okay. No, this was along the lines of when he was allegedly leaving at the round. Candace and them were on their way home
Oh,
from,
that one.
yeah.
I heard Laura say, I think we passed them on Lone Star. I heard her say
Yes.
that. Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Which that timeline makes sense to me. Laura's timeline makes sense that they left earlier in the day and came back and then left back out.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
There's no way they
Well,
would have made it.
that car was still there. The blue station wagon in question was still there the next day. So obviously he didn't take it nowhere. And, common sense would tell me that if someone's going to go through the time and trouble of loading a car up on a trailer, manually loading a car up on a trailer, why would they unload it just to have to reload it back up? Seems to me like you would park the trailer. You would park that trailer somewhere and wait until you could take it off. So no, it was never loaded up.
Exactly.
Wow.
Legal extraction has a good question. It is common. It is very to me, it is very much common sense, and it shows that all the shit that he said about that day is a fucking lie. Legal extraction says, did he ever insert himself with Ellie or Temp prior to this? It just seemed more Ziggy influence. What are your thoughts about that?
My name is Cecilia.
Hold on.
Yeah, he said in one of his first interviews that he actually had the trailer ready to go for the next day because they ran out of time. But, if you look up Hilltop, which you got to look at everything at different angles, who's to say he even scrapped his cars at Hilltop? But he says Hilltop. Hilltop closes by Google, they close at 5, and you have to be there in the fence by 4:30.
Right.
And I think it's only 25 minutes away. So they had plenty of time to get there.
That, yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking about that too, because that never really made a whole lot of sense to me. You're going to take a whole load, and knowing that they close at a specific time, knowing how long it takes you to get there, because we know he's been there many times. Why would you even leave to go take it if you already knew you didn't have enough time?
Yeah.
That didn't
Then
make a whole lot
again,
of sense.
he had a crap truck. Maybe he had to drive a little slower, and for him, it would take more than 25 minutes to get there,
Right,
you know. So,
right.
yeah, his timeline's something, I'll tell you.
I don't know what you mean, Danny, that he said he never left the holler till 5:30.
He did say that.
Uh,
He said he was home all day till 5:30, which does not line up with the statement of
it,
saying I was at
it,
Zoomers at 5:30. You can't
it
be at both places at once.
absolutely. And, you know, Don Wells, 5:30. I could have swore it was 5:30. It's,
Well, the
just
4:30 something too, Mary. Um, I think Summer went missing between, the time they got home, of course, 3:20ish, 3:19, 3:20, till around 4:30. That's when calls started, being made between people, Marlena and Candace. And his
it's
his leave out time is 4:30 right now.
yes, and let me see how it went. Candace said she didn't hear the scream that Jody said she heard because she was looking for Summer at that time.
Mm-hmm.
The scream was what was it, 4:30, 4:42 or something like that.
Right on,
Um,
4:30 to 4:42. Mm-hmm.
right. And so she's allegedly in the house looking for Summer. So she didn't hear that scream. Then the comment was made that she's seen Jody around 4:30 at the bottom of the hill. And then she is at Fred's at 4:30. So
No. Okay, I say no because if you look at one of my videos I just made, I recently put out a copy of a text conversation,
you did?
and I did, and it was about Chad Arnold. That this person lives around Ben Hill,
Right.
and that day apparently Chad showed up. They talked to Chad, or Chad talked to their kid,
Right.
and he was asking what's going on. And they had to tell him that Summer was missing, which doesn't make sense either. And their time frame was after they were aware that Summer was missing, that, Candace and Jody Sue was out calling for Summer, but before law enforcement was called, or I mean, before law enforcement got there. So they make it like Chad was in there between 6 and 7, not 4:30.
Well, wow. So how did everybody get 4:30 then to start with?
It's hearsay. Laura said, Chad said, Fred said, Chad said.
Wow. That's interesting. But why would I never understood why, well, I guess I can. Candace letting all that misinformation just be put out. And, I remember the conversation that she had with, I can't remember who it was with, but I definitely remember her saying that she didn't hear the scream because she was looking for Summer. and that she had seen Jody at the bottom of the hill at 4:30. I know I've got it in my notes. I'll have to find it
She
to
was
see
talking to
exactly.
PG and BK.
Do what?
It was BK and PG she was talking to.
Oh, is that who it was?
I believe so. I've got it.
I think I seen it in a clip because I don't hang out with that at all.
I don't think she knows a lot of times from that day. I don't think she was paying attention to the clock.
Well, yeah, she admitted that. I mean, she said, I don't keep track of the time.
Yeah, no matter
I
if she's involved or not, I don't think she's aware of the time.
At the time, I mean, a lot of them are like that. They just didn't keep time up through there. And the couple Ryan interviewed said Fred was going out, but turned around and went back when he saw law enforcement at the end of Ben Hill.
They also said it was around 5:30, and that is not true.
Well, and this is...
See what I mean?
Yeah, I completely get what you mean. Completely. It is very easy for, especially in Summer's case, it's real easy for, you know, just information like that to be put out. But I'm a receipts person. I like seeing the receipts.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are new people who are actually, you know, going back and looking into Summerwell's missing. And it's very sad that, you know, the misinformation and the craziness is out there. And it's hard for newer people to get any real answers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sad thing about it, for sure. So, all right, let me turn this back on.
No, Ellie, I don't know what you mean by that.
I think that she means. I think that she is saying, like, has he ever been like, oh, I work with law enforcement? Has he done this shit? Like, has he inserted himself into, like, with the law enforcement ever before? I don't think that. I don't know, though.
Not that I know of any specific occasions that he has, but I do know that he has gone for years without a driver's license or insurance or anything like that, and got pulled over a multitude of times and never suffered not one consequence from it, not even a ticket. So that tells me a lot.
Yeah, well, you know what? I do want to say something, though, concerning that. My ex-husband does it, like, still to this day. He's been pulled over like 18 million times for no license. Dude ain't ever had a fucking act. You know, same shit. They'll take the car.
That is true. I've known people who went years and years without a driver's license, and they get pulled over, and it's always the same thing. You know, you got to get your license, go get your license. And so that definitely does happen.
Yeah, we got a light out on the truck, and I tell you what, in the same week and a half, I got pulled over by the State Highway Patrol, the sheriff, my local county police. Like, really? Over a headlight? What's the luck in that? Yeah, it just happens. Some people.
Right.
Either you get it all or you don't.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Or they'll, you know, give him a little ticket, smack on the hand, like a 25. I mean, and he does it continue over and over and over and over. I did that shit. There's a couple times I drove with no insurance. I lost my fucking license for a year over that shit. So I just don't know. I think some people get away with shit and some people just don't. That's how I feel about that shit.
I don't remember him ever getting a ticket for getting a vehicle repo or, you know, confiscated or anything.
Yeah. Right.
No.
Right.
I mean, that's just like everybody's so confused about him taking stuff off to the scrapyard, and you know, their little flex is, we'll go to the scrapyard and ask them how many cars Fred's hauled out.
Maybe every time that Fred got pulled over, he was like, hey, I'll give you a name if you let me go. That's my opinion. I don't need Ziggy trying to sue me, okay?
Yeah,
So,
me neither.
for real.
You know what? The answer's going to be zero. You want to know why? Because anybody taking anything to a scrapyard, whether it's scrap or a vehicle, no matter what it is, the
They
person
show an
taking it in
ID.
there has to show a valid ID.
Yes, they do.
Fred
They
did not have.
do,
Fred did not
yes.
have that. As a matter of fact,
I
I
am
was
so glad
told
you
that his buddy Marvin would always go with him. That's one of the people. I don't know of anybody else, but that was one of the people that would go with him to the scrapyards because he did have a valid ID.
Yes, you have to have a, and when I was active addiction, it would all the time. There would always be somebody, you know, that would not have an ID, that would be scrapping, that would need for somebody to go with them so they could use their ID.
So is that why people think that Marvin was with him that day?
I don't know. I know that I have clipped him saying Marvin was on camera. This was probably last year. He said it when he was given one of his timelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
So a typical thing in active addiction people who are stealing metal. Yes. Jim wants to know. Fred claims that he did not know Cotton. He only knew of him. Please ask Ellie if she knows this to be the truth or a lie. This has been answered so many times, but we will answer it again. Go ahead, Karen.
I don't think that's the truth at all because I remember Fred working. I mean, this was he was working under the table, getting paid under the table at the horse stables with Cotton. This has been many, many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have to know him if he worked with him.
Roku adds.
Well, and that's my thing too. If Cotton goes there and Fred doesn't know him very well, would Cotton feel comfortable enough to let Fred know that he had a bunch of money that he was afraid somebody was going to try to steal?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. Fred talks a lot about Cotton for not knowing him.
right,
He does.
right. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Just me. That question is like really, really cute. Does Fred Hill have a learning disability, or is he faking his behavior? Just me. First of all, we're not doctors.
I mean, going to school back when he was in school and stuff, he was what's the term? Dyslexic? Is that that's where you see letters backwards?
Yes, he has mentioned that he is dyslexic. Yes, he does have learning disabilities, but he does.
That's the only thing that I know ever being wrong with him.
And I will add to that if we were going to speculate, absolutely, his brain has been damaged by years of long-term drug abuse. So people there's no way that his brain was not damaged from that. He used his whole entire adult life. Yeah.
Okay, so
I think that goes for Ziggy as well. She's she proclaims it that she's in her 20s. She did her fair share, and I think that's one of her issues as well.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons too, the conversation with Dawn, and that's what she was kind of talking with Dawn about. Isn't it weird that the majority of these people, when they got with Dawn Wells, that's things that they talked about having in common?
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
I hate that because back in his younger years, I mean, he was part of the tag, before he got heavily involved in the drug scene and stuff, before addiction took a really, really hard grip on him. He's very smart. He could figure things out. He used to work for a construction company. He knew how to run heavy equipment. I mean, he could work on any vehicle. He's very, very smart.
I know individuals like that in Hazard, that they wasn't book smart. A lot of them didn't go to school, but they could, within a weekend, take a motor out, take a whole engine out of a car and have it put back in, everything perfect by Monday morning. That is, that's the way a lot of them were taught. So, Beta Jeans, now, I don't talk about Cotton a lot over here, only because the very first time that I was talking about Cotton, and I wasn't being inappropriate or anything, a family member came in and, said, please don't make my relative look bad.
Mhm.
So I'm not here to make anybody like that look bad, for sure. So I just don't, I mean, of course we talk about Fred only knowing things that investigators had not put out about Cotton Simpson. So that meant he either had firsthand knowledge or he knew someone had to have told him those details.
You know,
Because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was going to say that's why they did the lie detector to start with.
See, I forgot what I was going to say. Fred makes it like Cotton went to law enforcement himself and was trying to get the reward by telling them about Summer, but they didn't believe him because of his mental state, which a tip's a tip.
Right.
And who just said that? Somebody said, he had his issues and whatnot, but he wasn't mentally insane, clinically insane. So I don't see no reason why, if some man comes up to you and says, hey, Summer Wells is here, why would they brush that off?
Right.
But then when Fred Hill comes to jail and says, well, the same man who they brushed off told me the same story, they're going to check it out because Fred Hill says it, especially after a no opinion poly. None of it adds up.
No, not at all.
It's
Okay.
my opinion. He said all that stuff because he wanted a deal.
That's the way it sounds to me too. That's exactly the way it sounds to me too.
He was looking at a lot of time. He was shitting bricks.
Yeah, Ellie. I had family who lived in a holler in Hazard, Kentucky. And they were all very not book educated, but manual labor and I mean all kinds of stuff.
That's all I've heard about Fred is he is very smart in the handy dandy way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Very good
That's sad.
instincts.
It's sad, Karen.
It breaks my heart that his lengthy addiction and the drugs that he partook in has really, really wrecked his brain. And the sad fact of it, I don't, you can do your research, but anyone that is coming out of drug addiction, you've got a 3 to 5 year window before your brain gets back to as good as it will ever be.
Yeah.
And also, people need to realize if he was manufacturing that substance and he was not using any protection, he was inhaling some horrible fumes, which I'm sure would mess with any other brains, for sure.
Yeah.
3 to 5 years. He's not even at his 3-year mark.
No, I've been clean this round, and thank you, MK, so much for gifting the memberships. I don't want to miss thanking you, and welcome to all the new members. But I do want to, for me, it's been a little over almost 6 years, and I'm just now, like the last year, really feeling like I'm healing up. You know what I mean?
Congratulations, 6UP, on your sobriety. We're clapping, girl.
Yep.
Anyone who was ever, I think we've all been addicted to something in our life, whether it be food, drugs, whatever.
Yep.
And, it's a hard road, and I applaud anyone who, takes their life into their own hands and gets that shit out of their lives,
Yeah. 6 is very open about her recovery, and I think
Yes.
it's very helpful to people. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Right.
and I wasn't a meth abuser. So that's anyway, let's move on from that. Deets on the Streets wants to know, did Fred ever speak about the dogs hitting on the property prior to YouTube?
Good question.
Just the same thing that we talked about on YouTube. The same, what he told Ziggy on that one video. That's all I ever heard him talk about.
So he says that the dogs hit behind the truck, is what he said, right?
I've heard him speak about that different ways. Like the very first time he told Ziggy, did he not say they hit on the truck, but they didn't look in it? So I went ahead and looked in it and there was nothing in there.
It was weird to me because when I heard it, he said something about they hit at the back of the truck. And the only thing that he could think of was maybe, Candace had stood in that spot, or
No, he said Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn. I'm sorry, Dawn.
Which made me go, well, why would you not even say Candace? She was there as well, but maybe because she hadn't walked up to that point.
Yeah. That was really strange to me.
Yeah. My whole thing with the footprints, and it goes for Jody as well and Fred, is their perception of these dogs hitting. What in their mind makes them think the dogs were hitting? Because neither of them, well, now Fred does talk. I think he says he was talking to the searchers, but I've not heard Jody say that. She just said she heard the dogs light up the holler. But that doesn't necessarily mean scent, footprint. That's not what, that's not necessarily.
Now, I remember Dave Radar saying that he heard about the footprints when he came back.
Mm-hmm.
He actually didn't see them
Right.
himself. He had just heard about them.
And that doesn't make sense either, because he goes on to say rumor of maybe the people were watching all this go down on TV, so they decide to drop her back off. And then that's when the prints were made. Okay, well, then what happened this summer? She had double bad luck that day and got kidnapped again?
Right.
That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, because, they kind of always talked about the fear if she was out there that she was being moved. That's why they tried to keep under wraps the areas that they were searching for fear that might possibly happen.
What's the odds of them even thinking that way with the police presence day and night, that someone would think, oh, let's sneak in the woods and drop her off and get caught doing so? If that was even going to be the plan of, let's let her go, we've gone too far with this, don't you think that they would just abandon her somewhere random with no cameras?
I would think so.
Take her back. That doesn't line up for me. Everybody hangs on these Josh Phillip texts from Facebook, and I'm not buying it. And
what were the
I'm
Josh
being very
Phillips
passionate
texts
about it, because if you read them carefully, it doesn't even make sense what dude's saying. I don't care if you think he's credible or not. That doesn't mean he is. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're talking about the one who said that the prints were
on his land. Yeah, he's talking about, they were telling him that, oh yeah, it's Summer's footprint, all right. Her scent's on it. They told me. They brought truckloads and truckloads and truckloads of searchers in here after that.
Do you remember, though, when he came back out again and said that law enforcement had, I guess, confronted him about something he had put in that statement, and I'm not sure what it was. Gosh, I'd have to go back and look. But he was like, law enforcement contacted me, and, I don't know if they wanted him to take something out or restate something in a different way. That was weird to me when that happened. I would have to go back and and find it, but I remember that happening. So I was like, well, now what do we do with the footprints now? You know,
Well,
none
do
of it
you
made any
believe in them?
sense.
Do you believe the footprints were anywhere?
No,
I mean, don't you think if Summer's scent was hit on up at Fred's, that they would have the helicopter and a big presence of searchers up at Fred's?
they would have bombarded Fred's property
Yes, ma'am.
quickly.
And
Very
I've never
quickly.
heard of that. I've never heard of anywhere other than a helicopter going in circles above Fields Road. And I think that was a tip turned in. And I also think that Fred turned that in,
Well, I remember
if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, I remember Jody talking about that recently too, that that they didn't have access to Fields Road either. Something about looking in that area or a field or something, and there was a gate up or something, and she showed the text and she said, "Here, dumbass, I'm showing you right here. You know, we didn't have access to it or something."
Right.
Something along those lines, but I'm pretty sure it was she was talking about Fields Road. So
She was.
okay, here we go.
Energizer 3 in 1.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me get through her commercial.
A lot of things are how Fred perceives them or perceived them. And then you have to remember what we're talking about. His mind was not right. There's so many factors.
Right. Too many factors. And, you know, I'm sorry. I do not know people who do that substance. I know of it. I have known people who has done it. I've just never hung with them or anything.
Right.
But when they, from, you know, Googling it and kind of researching it a little bit, when they start talking about shadow people, how in the world can you take anything that they say as the Holy Grail? I don't understand how people are hanging on his every word. I just don't get it.
You know, Lisa emailed Dave Radar, however you pronounce it, and she got an email back, and I have screenshots of those. And they told her, Twyla actually emailed her back, and I'm reading it word for word. It says, "Thank you for reaching out to EquiSearch. This is Twyla. I was a search coordinator for Summer's case. We think of Summer often. We have only heard they may have found small prints, but nothing was ever confirmed to be hers that we know of. We didn't bring canines. Law enforcement may have requested the canines. You could possibly reach out to them." So even they're saying, no. Wouldn't they know?
They would know. They would absolutely
if
know.
Josh Phillips knows, they're going to know something.
And I remember hearing Andy saying that wasn't he related to one of the people that they said they found a footprint? Was it? I can't remember the name. Gorley?
Gorley?
Was
Is
it
he related
Gorley?
to Gorley?
I thought when he was riding around with Ryan, he said something like that was a cousin. I could be wrong. Don't take me as, you know, but I'm pretty sure I thought he said that somehow he was a relative.
But I don't know the relationship. I don't know if it was Gorley or if it was because
the other guy.
The footprints were like supposedly up on a ridge. Didn't Mary Sexton have some in her yard as well? Don't quote me on that, but it seems like they were in her yard. And even Dawn spoke about that he wanted to talk to her, but she's like, "Shoe fly, don't bother me." No.
I want to talk to.
Well, what I went by is definitely Dave Radar saying that, hang on, let me get rid of this person. They're a troll. Okay, so Dave Radar saying that they did not see any of it, but they heard about it. And I don't think that he said who he heard it from, but he said that he did hear that. Mishu said Gorley was a cousin in the Gap. Yeah, I thought he said something like that. But no, I mean, personally, I take the footprints out of the equation. I just do. It's not anything that I, repeatedly kept going back to research.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, little fire, let's just leave that out there.
Well, I
So
mean, it is what it is. Okay. So you're saying that Summer was either being carried by someone or running in those woods, and no one's seen her. No one heard her. No
Nope.
one's seen some guy, woman running after her, or her just running for her life. People were home that day. Ben Hill was not an empty, silent road the 15th.
well, also, throughout a long period of time, I would hear people saying things like, oh, she could have been on a quad. It could have been a horse. So many different things. And that was a great point that you just made. You've got something that makes a lot of noise, a quad, and you're talking about an individual on a horse. Very noticeable things.
Yeah.
Very noticeable things. Yes, they did say that was said about Mary Sexton's property, so I do know.
And while we're at it, why don't people bring up the fact that Jody said, about seeing a vehicle go up their driveway at a very critical time?
Yes.
Hello. Summer got kidnapped or something else. So if she got kidnapped and the neighbor's saying she's seen an unidentified vehicle over there, well, who was that? Why are we not talking about that?
I mean, she even described that she's seen a flash of, what was it?
Red.
The collar.
Flash
Yeah.
red.
So, I don't know why that, yeah, they did ask him if it was his kids' footprints and stuff. Absolutely. Yes, they did. I don't know. I just, the footprints, I just always kind of put to the side and, really didn't take a big, bite out of that. So, all right, let's turn her back on here, Kirst.
And mind you, I wasn't around for it a lot. I was working. What time I did get to, when I wasn't working, and I would come down to Mom's, either by myself or with Julie to help with stuff around the house. I can't. Fred likes to say that I wasn't ever around. No, he wasn't the one. He was the one that wasn't ever around, or he would have seen me. But I came at least once a week, and sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. I cleaned Mom and Dad's house on a weekly basis. I helped Julie get groceries. Julie has a lot of medical problems. She's not able to lift a lot of stuff. She's got, I forget what you call it with her shoulders, but she cannot raise her arms up.
Hey,
above her waist.
Fibromyalgia.
Well, she's got some kind of dysplasia or something. Something is really, really wrong with her shoulders. And she's got back problems, hip problems. She was in a really bad car wreck, years ago that really messed her up later in life. So I would help Julie. She couldn't carry Mom's oxygen tank. She couldn't carry her groceries and jugs of water and milk and stuff like that. So when I would come down there with Julie, that's like I told before, about 5 days after Summer had went missing, I came down with Julie to bring groceries and stuff to Mom and Dad. Mom wanted us to go up to Fred's and get her mail from up there and see if Fred was okay, yada yada. And that's when he was talking about, finding the backpack, finding clothes in an old washing machine outside. He was talking about where the dogs was hidden. I mean, it was all the same stuff that he said before.
What was the one question? I don't want to miss anybody's
Do
question.
you believe Lawson when he says that her trail ended at the end of the driveway? Do you believe when he says that the scent ended at the end of the driveway?
I wonder who he was talking to. I wonder how he came up with that conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only reason that kind of stood out to me was because he is law enforcement, number one.
Mhm.
But if her scent did end in a specific area, he possibly would not want the person to actually know that the dog's hit in a certain place.
Mhm.
I would think that that might be something that, they would keep close to the vest, but that's just my mind. You know how my mind works. I think
Yeah.
all kinds of different stuff. So
I don't understand why they would only go directly from point A to point B when Summer was there beforehand, from getting, if she got out of the truck, to going over to grandma's, going
right.
over, she was on that property. Why would they only beeline to the road? I mean, she lived there, so her scent should have been everywhere. And she was there recently. I do have an issue with that statement.
Well, it's kind of weird to me because they, talked about that scent and, they were like, well, there wasn't nothing there for the dogs to, really get a good scent because everything, they shared everything is
I
what
think
they kept saying.
that's a bullshit statement.
Yeah, I
Someone
think
had
so.
clothes.
Yeah, she definitely had clothes. She was definitely, it I guess what was weird to me too is, if Summer did not have her jacket on
Mm-hmm.
that she had on in the car, the only way that they couldn't have got a scent from that child using that jacket is if Candace threw it in the washer.
Yeah, and I believe she did.
And then I think that they might still be able to get, I guess it would depend.
I read up on it. You can wash it and dry it, and they can still pull fibers off of that.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard a
I
sock.
don't think they did what they really needed to do in the first days. I think they were under the impression that she walked off, or maybe an animal got her, and they just missed a lot of steps that needed to be taken. They missed opportunities.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, why would they have needed, and I don't know if this is true or not. This is just what Dawn and Candace have said about them coming in and searching the house so many times.
Mm-hmm. That's real
What,
wild, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, what were they looking for every time?
Right.
And they're saying like between 7 and 9 times.
I heard 11. Yeah.
Oh, you heard 11?
I heard Dawn say 11.
I mean, I don't understand that. What specifically were they looking for that, they didn't find the first 10 times,
Mm,
So that's always been a question.
I'll be
Ellie,
honest. I don't listen to a lot of things said just
Ellie,
because.
Ellie says, I had a thought. If this was a cover up, could several people have taken her scent in different directions, anticipating the scent dogs? Absolutely, they could.
Yeah, but so you're
Absolutely.
saying premeditated?
Yeah, that would have had to been premeditated.
Yeah, and
I've thought about that, and I don't look at what happened on the 15th as a premeditated day, in my opinion.
Right. Right.
Although
Hold,
it was an awfully odd day, a lot of odd things happened. I think everything means something, and I think it's
right.
very simple. And YouTube has just made it complicated.
Yeah, I'll make sure to drop Kirsten's link for you, Renee. I will. I like Kirst. Um, yeah, that is interesting because yeah, then it would have had to have been premeditated.
Right.
But yeah, always could be a possibility. I
Yeah.
mean, we just don't know what happened to her. So
I know. It
um
seems to me that Candace was freaking out with all the people that she was calling and all the, leaving the property. She was in a panic. So it's one way or the other for me.
one thing I did believe Marlena when she said that when Candace contacted her, she was asking her if maybe she knew any hiding places where the girls used to hide.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, I can see that. I can see that. So
Yeah, she told that to another creator too. Another creator came out and said that they were playing hide and go seek, and Candace was looking through bins. That's a totally other story.
yeah. Oh, I heard something about the hide and seek
Yeah,
really, really quickly after Summer went missing.
right.
So,
I
all right.
mean, why if that was the case, if she thought they were playing hide and go seek, um, okay, then call for her, yell for her, and I don't think that happened.
I mean, I didn't know Summer, and I only know of Summer because of her going missing and stuff. But I would think if she heard Candace and her voice was freaking out enough that Jody Sue even took note that she knew something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Summer not coming out, but that's just me. And that kind of depends because I'm not going to sit here and say that Summer was being abused. I can't say that. I was not there. I have my opinions and my thoughts on that. But if
A very ugly picture has been made of that
yeah,
family,
absolutely,
but yet there's no
absolutely.
proof of anything.
But if that was transpiring, then you've got to think, okay, well, maybe she hid because she didn't want to get in trouble. So, that possibility's always there too.
Really?
That,
Like,
you know,
what do you mean? Like you think
well,
she did something and was hiding from Candace?
no, I said if they were out there messing around
Mm-hmm.
and, they were playing hide and go seek or whatever, and Candace comes out, starts hollering for him, she's still hiding.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a kid and you hear your mother and she's pissed off,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you want to stay hid for a couple minutes.
Okay, I get you.
You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I just don't see why Candace would be pissed off yelling just because I guess I just don't see that happening right then. Just
Right,
because
but
she wasn't coming out of her hiding spot, that Candace would be like, well, maybe, like, get your ass out of here. Where are
right,
you? Okay.
right.
Okay,
No,
I
I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just,
scenario. Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Question. So let me. When did he start using? How old was he? He was probably pretty young, right?
Well, I mean, I know even he brags about smoking weed and selling weed and stuff when he was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember him dabbling in stronger stuff in his later years in high school. And then after that, I remember him and his first wife, them being married. He was heavy on pills.
Now, one thing, and I don't know, I've researched a lot of that stuff and everything else. Sometimes, and I think maybe depending on how heavy the substance is, they say that your brain kind of gets stuck at whatever age that you're using substances heavily.
Yeah.
So, and I will use Candace as an example. It seems like that she, in my opinion, is, kind of stuck at maybe 16. That's just me saying that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So, all right, here we go. Oh shit! I guess I better unmute it.
That's what addiction does. It's progressive. You know what I mean? It gets worse. But yeah. Somebody asked you, do you think that he would go back to Laura if he had a chance? I don't know about all that, guys. I would hope that Laura would move on and not have him back, is what I would hope.
I don't know. I just know the things I heard about him when he got out of the halfway house, and that's exactly where he went. But I don't know. I believe that's a double-edged sword for him. That's just like when they lost the kids. They were both advised by yes, they did not need to be together because of their drug addiction and stuff, because one's going to feed the other. And that's the first thing Fred done when he got out, was take him to find Laura and pick her up. And she was with another man, and he made her get in the car and leave with him, honey.
Wow.
Right back there.
He made her. How do you make someone,
Get that booty in that truck.
Yeah, girl.
I heard they had a.
He was probably like, girl, you know I love you. Oh, I'm so bad. Okay, here we go.
For everybody to hear that is the truth. When I joke around and I say that when he got out of the halfway house, Fred was fucking Laura. Fred was fucking Laura, and Fred was using too. And Ziggy is very, very naive in that she went down there and she talked about how when she got Fred that he was having one of the work. He was on the edge. It was like he was free. He was bad like that, Ziggy, because he was high. He was high.
Yep.
She knew he was high. I can guarantee you she knew he was high.
She was on a live and she was saying, I haven't been able to get a hold of Fred for hours. Oh, yeah. Now you know.
Oh, yeah. Now we know what he was doing. He
Now
was
you know.
getting him a little something, something.
Mhm.
He went back to his norm. He went back to his normal. Right back to Laura.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well,
Hey, while we're on the subject, I don't know how many people have seen it, but apparently in Ziggy's house, in an empty room, is a mattress on the floor. Wonder who sleeps in that.
Well, yeah. Probably the one that's chained to the floor.
Short leash.
In my opinion, hearsay. In my opinion, hearsay.
Pure speculation.
Oh, Lord. Okay, here we go again.
And he had to get in a car and go with you to Indiana, for fuck's sake. Of course he was freaking out. Holy shit.
Yep, he had to walk away from everything that he knows.
Yep.
But that's what he signed up for, right?
He did. He sure did. He made his bed.
He signed up for it before he ever got out of the halfway house and he married her. He signed up for it.
That's a good question, though, and I don't know who asked it earlier, but somebody mentioned that his sister would have seen Andy there because she would have been there at that time. Did she see Andy? Well,
no, ma'am.
No, because Andy was at work.
Exactly.
So we all know. See, we know for a fact there's verification. Okay, there's so many receipts that Andy was at work that for me it's not even a discussion. It's ridiculous that she sits there and screams that every fucking day. It really is, and it's all because Fred can't be a liar. That's it.
Well, I find it funny.
Well, she keeps saying He's on camera. He's on camera. I seen it. Another creator seen it. And I'm like, you've never proved it.
Nope.
You've never proved it.
They
I don't
on
think
YouTube
she said
channel on
she's seen it.
Do what?
I don't think she said she's seen it. Her proof is the Pruitt call. It's all in the Pruitt call.
Oh, yeah. It's
And what
weird.
Fred's seen.
I'm sorry. If Pruitt would have talked to me like that, I would have been like, okay, I get the picture. You don't like me. I will never bother you again.
Okay, I get it.
I bet she thinks, Andy, we're on the road. When, like you just said,
He wasn't.
There's time cards, there's video, there's his boss's
The
alibi.
phone
of
call
him
to the
being there.
cops. The phone call to
Exactly.
Andy calls them himself. And they say,
Yep.
we're not interested in you. We already talked to you. And we know you were not. I mean, he wasn't
And that's
on the
I don't
road.
You want ads that drive results. That's why we built Roku Ads Manager. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
Yeah,
No, and that's something I don't understand either, because Ziggy is so hell bent on saying Fred's not guilty, so let's clear Fred's name. Well, it seems to me, and this is just my common sense way of thinking, that wouldn't that be as simple as calling up the TBI and saying, hey, there's so much going on. Can I volunteer to take a polygraph and clear my name so people would leave me alone and quit?
That's what's funny about Andy, because of course Andy liked to go to work. Hell, he had people bringing in vans full of prostitutes, and they were like, hey, dude, I got some women out there. I mean, who doesn't want to work a job like that? Any man would want to. I'm just saying. He was probably saying, hey, can I come in and work some overtime? Heck yeah.
Saying that I'm lying. You think it would be that easy?
It would. I mean, they met with him in the jail and they asked him to take that lie detector for Cotton Simpson. That, in my opinion, was also related to Summer Wells, because he says that, right? And he couldn't do it. So what makes people believe that he would ever do it again? I don't know, but I don't think that he ever would. And also, I want to point out that he's a pathological fucking liar. He lies every day, all day. So a lie detector to me is pointless. It's completely.
I don't.
But we talked about this before also, where it seems like Fred will say something to Ziggy and she's kind of takes it in her own direction. Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit. So
yeah, I hear her question him all the time. She'll go, well, wait a minute. Because there are some things she knows in her brain that has been said. So she'll ask it again to make sure he answers it so that it lines up with what has already been said.
right. Right.
I think that it would benefit him for him to take a
Excuse
lot
me.
of attention.
Absolutely.
And I base my opinion on the fact that he has meth-induced psychosis. He's got brain damage.
He does.
He has been about that life for decades. He has told so many things and had to stick to his guns, to the point that I'm sure at this point, obviously, he believes what he's saying, whether it's true or false, no matter what anybody can or cannot prove. If you could show him video and show him that he's wrong about every single thing that he has said, he would still argue and believe it. And anybody that believes what's going on in their head, a lie detector test is not going to break through that barrier.
That's what I said.
Yep.
That's exactly what I said.
Yep.
These individuals,
And what's going
many
to
of
happen
them.
if they ask him about something to do with how he perceives something that is wrong and he feels this poly? Then what?
Right.
What's Ziggy and Fred going to do?
Right. Well, she said if she ever found out he was lying, she would show him the door, is what she said. So
She's a liar.
I agree.
Absolutely. I want to point out, and that's why I wish
Neither,
that more
nothing
people would
is
actually like get a
happening
little bit more
again.
educated about mental health. And I'll just speak from my experience myself. Okay. I have CPTSD. Okay. And there was one point in my life, it was just right after I got clean this last time, that I was having a experience that I had never had. And I was hallucinating. I was on no medications, guys, except for my Suboxone and my blood pressure medicine. And I was seeing people. Okay. And and I only, at first, before I went to the doctor, because I am not the kind of person where I know that there's something going on, I am going to the doctor. Okay. But before I got there, because it started at night, if you would have asked me if the people that I were seeing were there, well, fuck, they were there. I seen them. They were there. And nobody
will ever tell
yeah,
you different.
yeah, nobody was going to, this is what it took. It took my brain. At first I went through hell. I don't even want to talk about the night, but it was horrible.
And I'm going to say this right now. Do not, please do not go and use this personal information that either of these women have said about their lives and about themselves. Don't use it negatively on them. I don't like when people do that. So
Yeah.
I'm saying don't fucking do it.
She shares for a reason. She shares to help people.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing though. We've seen it a lot. And I know you've seen it where people talk about their personal experiences and it's for the better good to help others. And, somewhere down the line, somebody gets mad and, they try to use it in a negative way. And I just don't like when individuals do that. So, but I'm not the freaking YouTube police either. Okay. I'm not. I'm only Homeland Security. I'm YouTube Homeland Security.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, here we go.
Ended up at my psychiatrist's office. They take my blood, they take my urine, and it had already started to stop. It was getting better because I had slept a little bit, but I was still seeing people that weren't there. 100% sober, guys. And they tested and I even thought I was drugged at one point. I was like, oh my God, dude drugged me. The guy I was with, I'm thinking, oh my God, this dude drugged me. Like, what the fuck? Like, I had never been through anything like that in my life, but nobody could have told me. The guy I was with was like, there's nobody there, Jennifer. There's nobody fucking there. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm starting to think that you're doing this. You know what I mean? You're doing this to me. And it ended up that it was a CPTSD episode. And I'm going to tell you, your brain can do some shit.
To look up at the night.
Oh, wait. Yes, that that is absolutely true about wait a minute, I was looking at a comment. Discovering said, I honestly don't think she'll let Fred take the test because she's terrified of the unknown. She's already convinced he's being framed. That is what, when I read that comment, I was like, what is she going to do when they don't allow her in the room while he's taking that test?
Oh, wow.
And I would love to be a fly on the wall with that.
Well, she should know better.
I mean,
I don't think she's afraid for him to take it because I think she believes in him.
yeah, I truly think she does too. She really does. But, like I said, she's not going to go look for his contradictions. And people have showed him all this time in his contradictions, and instead of looking at what these people are saying, she's just getting pissed off at him, doing hate readings on him and all that shit. She gets mad at the people who's trying to show her, Ziggy, you really need to look at this, lady.
Yeah.
But of course not.
Hey,
So,
what do you think? Cher said that Ziggy gets one question out of if it's a 3-question poly, Ziggy gets to pick one of the questions. What do you think her question would be for Fred?
Probably something stupid. For real. Do you really love me?
Yeah, I can't think of anything really.
I can't think of anything either.
I know what she's going to ask Andy.
Were you on the road that day?
Yep.
Yeah, hell, you ain't got to pay for a lie detector for that. I mean, law enforcement done told you. I don't know why she. Pruitt, I'm telling you. Pruitt, if he heard Ziggy's name the minute he got to work, it probably ruined his whole day. I mean, it's fucked up when you can't get somebody like that out of your head. And he's probably like, bitch, you are not paying rent. Get the fuck out.
Well, Andy had already made that call to him months before. So, when he talked to her and it was probably a kind of like, here we go, because Andy had mentioned my cousin Fred's been telling people, man, I was on the road. So Pruitt, already had an idea of what had already been put out there and said.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
he tried telling her in so many words. Look.
Well, I remember one time she was so excited when she was calling that jail and they said something to Fred about, I don't know if it was being live or what the situation was. She was so excited that, oh, law enforcement's even watching me. And I'm like, let me tell you, they better be paying me a good $500,000 a year to have to sit and listen to that. I'm just saying, my opinion.
It was over the CO supposedly talking to Fred, right? And Nate Simpson, and talking to Fred about YouTube. That's where that came from.
Craziness.
Yes, it is.
Okay, here we go, lady.
Let's go.
Oh, wait.
You've
There we
been
go.
with, and had a family member, some loved one that has experienced something like that. You don't really understand it. And what she just said is true. If he believes that, then what would be the point of taking a lie detector because he believes it? It doesn't make it true. You know what I mean?
And with that being said, I know law enforcement is well versed in drug addiction. They take classes to be able to deal with these situations. Does he honestly believe? Well, obviously he believes it, but I can't believe that Ziggy is falling in line and picking up what he's laying down and thinking that law enforcement would ever take anything that he says seriously. And there is a possibility that he could have wore a wire simply for the fact of if he's telling them stuff, they're not going to believe that, delusional addiction mumbo jumbo coming out of his mouth. But if they can listen to other people talk on tape, then they might can take that and use that for evidence. But as far as Fred sitting on a stand and saying, I've seen this and I've seen that, well, he's going to have to tell about the elephant and the holler monkeys too. And that's not going to fly. I mean, for real.
I love the way she said that. Oh God.
That's what kind of makes it untrue though too. Like if he did record, then don't you think law enforcement would have said, Fred, shut your face?
Yeah, I would think so.
Talking about it.
Yeah, I would think so because
how helpful is it really if everybody knows about it?
Remember though, this is what kind of threw it all off for me when he was like, yeah, I was recording Don Wells and somebody came through and started laughing real loud.
Right.
And I was like, okay. And he was like, I was trying to hurry up and cover it up. And I'm like, that's freaking weird. You know, that didn't make a lot of sense.
That maybe he was recording with his phone
Right.
So to a point, he is telling the truth. He did record them with his
Right.
own phone. But what doesn't line up for me is the statements when he says he was up there recording Dawn, and the 5 minutes that he got Dawn on tape, he shut it down because of the laugh, and he was leaving, and he said that law enforcement met him 3/4 of the way up the driveway because they were checking on him to make sure everything was okay. Well, if
Right.
he's explaining this as a digital recorder, he will tell you, I was not wired. They gave me a recorder. Then how were they listening? It doesn't match up.
No, none of it did. None of it made any sense.
So,
And, you know, because supposedly did they wire him the night Summer went missing?
I don't think so.
Or was
Jody and
it
Andy said he wasn't down there. And
because
go ahead.
no, I just confused myself because I couldn't remember if he allegedly was wired
He said he
that
was.
night
He said
or
he walked back down there. But I don't see how that even matches up either, because he said he went over to the command center, gave his statement, talked to him, got his phone dipped, and then they wired him back up.
yeah,
But he
because
has also said it happened at his house as well, that he wired him at his house. Not wired, but gave him the recording.
yeah,
So
because I wouldn't think that none of that makes any sense to me at all.
no,
None at
and
all.
I could go on about the
And
inconsistency.
then all the people out of every person in the holler, they picked Fred to do the recording.
Well, I think it's a possibility if you've got the father of Summer saying, dude down there knows what happened. He's got this traffic coming in and out, and then they go down there and check Fred out and go, oh, Fred Hill, you mean? Well,
hey, Fred, let's
uh,
put this wire on you as a guise to when you are talking to Dom Wells, because maybe we want to hear what you say.
yeah, what do you got to say about it? And
What you got to
I don't
say?
know the story behind David Britt. I've heard of him, but I don't know why David Britt would be a suspect to law enforcement that night. Why they would ask him.
Right.
Do you have any idea?
I don't, but I can
Okay.
go back and look because I know I do have him in my notes with some little
Crystal covered him, I believe.
yeah, I can't remember exactly what I had written down about him. Yeah, I'll definitely have to go look in my notes, see if I can pull his name up.
I would say the people that they should have been focused on was Candace and Grandma, don't you think?
I would think so. They're the last two adults that actually allegedly seen her.
Yeah.
I mean, bottom line to it.
Yeah.
But they have not been arrested, and I think the thing that got me was from my understanding and from what I kind of seen was the lack of communication with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seemed like, and I guess you can understand the Wells aren't keen on law enforcement, but that just hit me wrong. That always just hit me wrong because I would be calling them 24/7.
Yeah. I wonder why they kept looking for her for so long. I mean, if they thought otherwise, if they thought she was kidnapped, which they've said there was no signs of an abduction, and they're going over this camera footage and not seeing anything suspicious,
Mm-mm.
or if they got
Well, I mean,
word that she was sold, why were they looking for her close to the house for so long?
for a long time.
Yeah.
And usually when they go back, they're still looking, around that area. Now, was it true that they just went out there not long ago?
The only
TBI
thing
law
I can tell
enforcement?
you is what I seen and heard. I seen a Twitter from Tim Mullins and a Facebook post from Tim Mullins stating that TBI had contacted the Wells and pretty much said, hey, thanks for giving us permission to search the road.
Well,
And
that's what.
then
Thank you,
everybody else is taking
TT.
off from that.
Thank you, TT. I appreciate that, sweetie. Thank you so much. This is what gets me. They don't need anybody's permission to search the road.
Correct.
So that's just common sense right there.
Yeah. And I heard TBI was in town the beginning of, was it July? June or July?
I believe
So they
it's
were in
July.
town, but I've not seen any pictures of them there. And then Don was on White Boys, and White Boy asked Don about it, and Don didn't really know shit. He said that I don't know.
Well, I remember a while back too, they had went and did a search, and it came out that Candace and them were in the house playing a game or something, and that she didn't even know it was going on. They don't have to tell anyone when they're going out there to do anything. But my thing was, what are they looking for at the end of the road? I mean, after 4 years, what could possibly? I mean, I don't know
that was
though.
the time that PI came out as well, which is junk to me. I read his whole Facebook page. I went, about a month before he started talking about summer, and it was clicks and views, in my opinion. He put this big post out about someone gave him the tip to turn into TBI, which makes no sense. Why would someone put the effort into getting a hold of a PI to turn in their information because they don't trust anyone?
Exactly.
It
I
didn't
agree
make sense to me.
1,000%. I agree with that because, well, the verbiage too. If you're talking about this last PI, right, from
Yeah,
Utah.
Jensen.
Yeah. If you really look at his statement, he's like, "Oh, I'm waiting for the offices to open on Monday," and I'm like, "There's a TBI tip line.
Yeah.
They run 24/7."
Yeah, and I think it was irresponsible to even put out details of the tip. What kind of
Right.
person does that?
Yeah. I mean, well, and I hate to say it, but people get so caught up in the conversation about summer and stuff that they don't take a step back and go, let's use a little bit of common sense here.
Yeah.
And I just think that it needs to be simplified. It's just gotten so big and so many different things said, and I think just simplifying it a little bit will definitely help somehow instead of
That's
just
what I try
crazy.
to do in my theories. I try to simplify it, make sense of it, grab what facts I can, talk to a few people, get some opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they've made way too much of the cemetery theory. TBI is not dumb.
Oh,
And
not at all. If they thought that she was in that area, they searched that area, didn't they?
yeah.
So
I've got
I
a
mean,
picture of, you can see on top of that cemetery from down on the road because the cemetery is up on a hill. Excuse me. So for someone to risk walking up there, why would they do that? Why would they do that? when
Well,
Tennessee is how many miles huge, long? If you're looking to get rid of someone, you're not going to do it a quarter mile away from your home.
well, and I mean, the thing about it is, well, I mean, unless you drive around with a shovel in your vehicle, and you would have to make sure that, it would have to be in an area where somebody's just been buried.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that somebody would go out there and dig on top of somebody's resting place to do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how Showbilly gets his information, but I seen he commented on Ryan's that they absolutely put the ball in. So it didn't happen that way. It just didn't. It doesn't matter
Well,
what Andy thinks or what Andy says. That's just Andy's theory.
yeah,
He can have his opinion.
yeah,
So
he
what?
definitely, he can definitely. I mean, he can definitely have his opinion. I mean, we all know that was weird shit with Andy when he had this dream or something happened. He was yelling at his kid, or
Yeah.
that stuff was really weird to me. But Andy was at work that day.
Yeah.
Even though I still like busting his balls every once in a while, but Andy was at work that day.
I think that should show you timing days wise in Fred's head as well, because when he talks about Andy saying that, he makes it like him and Jody were talking like he was saying that on the 15th. Well, Andy would not have said he had a dream about Summer on the 15th.
Yeah,
That
I
doesn't
thought
matter.
he kind of said it might have been a dream, and I don't even think he really went into detail about the whole situation. It was kind of pushed to the side pretty quickly, So a lot of people running bear have shovels in their truck, and also we know that they were looking for a red Toyota that had the ladder racks, and I'm sure that truck had a shovel in it too. Many people in everywhere in the world do sometimes carry a shovel in their truck. I'm just saying.
But how many, I mean, not even just kids, the situation, how people get unalived. We hear
Mhm.
stories different ways. They're water, they're found.
Yeah.
Financial services.
Hold on.
What was that?
Okay, am I back?
Were you listening to something?
My phone keeps ringing and it
Oh,
keeps
okay.
silently, but I got mute of it. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just like, wait a minute, I'm hearing a voice.
Oh, did you hear my phone come on?
I just no, I heard a voice, but I didn't hear what they said. I just heard the voice.
Oh, that's wild. It says who's calling me.
Oh, that's probably what it was saying.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm just saying, Summer could just be out in the open. She's not necessarily buried anywhere. She could be nestled beside a tree, you know.
She could be anywhere,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's one thing. There's psychics, and there are real psychics, but it always bothered me when speaking about the couple of psychic, Donna, Serafina, and a couple other ones. They were adamant that Summer's in a barrel, and it can be seen from the church. It's down by the river. Then a few days later, it switched up a little bit, but some of these psychics, especially with her, she automatically went to, okay, if I had an RV and I could hire somebody to drive me, and take me there and take me around, you know, and guess what? It never happened.
Shame on
Um,
you.
the RV thing didn't work out real well for her, and I guess she didn't make enough to go buy her one.
Yeah.
But in the name of the child, I think that she should have flown down there, and she should have had somebody, one of her subs or something, meet up with her and do the deed. Now, this is what got me. I'll never forget Bullhorn Betty going, and oh, yeah, this is the spot Donna was talking about. I was like, ugh, just
Yeah.
want to throw up.
Yeah.
So
It's gross. I've heard of psychics have the ability to help law enforcement. I believe that some people are gifted in that way. But I mean, and if you truly believe in your gift and you think you got something to offer to help find that child, then get yourself down there and do what you got to do.
Yep. Yep. Well, I mean, she was supposed to be so good that she told law enforcement where the Vallow kids were. So, you know, I don't know though. You know, I kind of tuned that one out.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
that must have been a wrong word. I don't know what you said, the traveler, but I do have YouTube will hide. They will hide. I've got certain words on my list, and YouTube will show it or hide it. And I've got to go back through and look to see. So I'm going to start this, and while it's playing, I'm going to run to the ladies' room real quick. Yeah, I'm 3.5 hours in. I got to go pee.
That went quick.
And I am not going to go pee on myself like the psychic lady I seen do it.
We'll be here when you get back.
All right, darling.
No, I know. It's ridiculous. I mean, there's been so many. I mean, I have to say again, and I'm so glad Deets on the Streets is doing this. And I hope that she could. I know what Ziggy did the other night. And I'm just going to tell you guys that when Ziggy did what she did, it brought up a lot of bullshit inside of me, because I thought it never fucking ends. She has no boundaries at all. If you ever speak out against them, you know for a fact that your real life, you guys, my father, my landlord, my ex, one of my ex-friends, another friend, I can go on. And I mean, she's insane. And yes, Fred Hill was on the road, but Jesse has an honest question. Do you think that Fred loves Ziggy, or it's just an obsession with Summer's case?
Finn has unlocked our ability to provide 24/7 coverage, which is huge for us. Our users are located throughout the world, and they want support in their local business hours. Finn has allowed us to achieve that, and Finn has multilingual support, so they can also receive support in their own local languages.
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch to a spoon. Holy divine taste from the Greek gods.
Well, if he loved Ziggy, how come the first person he ran to when he got out of the halfway house and had freedom was Laura?
Good question.
I mean, that's how I look at it. No, I believe.
Nana said, "Ma'am, I hate to break it to you, but Fred's a liar, right?" Big time.
And the sad part about it is I don't even think he means to be a liar. He just tells what is going on in his mind.
He tells what he thinks that other people want him to say. He says what he wants to be interesting. This is the most important that he's ever been in his entire life, and he loves it. In my opinion, I think he fucking loves it. I think also he's never had this kind of attention from women, and at all. And I don't care if they're, whatever kind of attention he's getting it. He's being able to talk to. That's just my opinion. I think that it's both of them are severely mentally ill, and being the center of attention is something that they both enjoy very much so. Very much so. That's the one thing they have in common. Trying to look at a few more questions. Did Marlena and her boyfriend hang out with Fred and Laura?
I have no idea. You know, I was aware of the crowd that he ran with, but I was never a part of the crowd he ran with. And I was aware of it because I was told many a time by mom and dad of all the names of all the people that were constantly running to Fred or coming up mom and dad's looking for Fred. That's how I was aware of the people he surrounded himself with.
Wow, I forgot about that, Amanda. He did. Fred said that he got Summer's bike off Candace a few weeks before Summer vanished. She went into Piggy's chat and asked him back when Ellie said it. That's right, you did. And he did say that because he knows.
Okay, darling, I'm back.
Yeah, Miss Hola.
Okay.
They're talking about Fred taking Summer's bike.
What?
Apparently, Fred took Summer's bike off the road, but
Well,
so I didn't
what,
see
didn't
Fred
they
say
say
it.
something about him saying Donna know
Yeah, he'll know why.
something? He'll know why.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Summer had been riding her bike out there on the road and
Well,
maybe he was like, dude, she's riding her bike in the road.
see, I don't look at it like that. I look at it as scrap metal. If he did, he took it to scrap it, and he'll know
Yeah.
why, because he owes me money or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Don and Fred were acquaintances. They were friends, buds, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Why the separation? You know, there's some weird shit going on with them too.
I thought it was, I mean, Candace didn't want to talk about Fred.
I know.
You know,
Yeah.
I think they came right out and said, are you scared of him? And she was like, well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I would be kind of intimidated by a neighbor who shot somebody in the throat.
Yeah. I
You
think
know?
there's definitely something there with her going to his house out of why, she didn't call, text, or go over to Jody's house.
Thank you, because I've mentioned that before. And because I thought it was really strange that she goes to Fred's.
Yeah.
And what basically, I think one of my subs was like, yeah, but if your child's missing, one of the first places you're going to go is to the neighbors. Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about too. Did she actually go to the SDA church to see if Robin was there?
I don't think so.
Because I was going to say, because they talked about her going to the church in the back of the holler, right? The church right there in the holler, I thought.
Well,
But
I think there's one on each end of the road, which she has admitted she drove down to each side of Beach Creek.
that has to be it. I just happened to hear, and I can't remember where I've seen it or whatever. That's why I was asking, because I can't take it as factual.
Yeah,
I
and
just
see, that
heard
fits
about
that
it.
timeline with Chad. She was talking to Lips. It's a real bad interview, but she told her she went down to the end of both ends of Beach Creek, and then she came back in and went to the end of the holler, which is Fred's. And that timing lines up with Chad being in there.
Yeah, and that's what threw me off, because they were like, they had just
But
made a
why would
comment or
Chad say
something.
what's going on? If him and Candace spoke at Fred's, and they both have admitted, well, okay, it's hearsay that what Chad says, because it's only coming from Fred and Laura.
Well,
But
allegedly he said something like, she said, have you seen Summer? And he said no, right?
right. But then Candace's, I've not heard it yet from her, but people say she said what Chad said about if I, see her on whatever Clinch Mountain. Like they had a conversation about it.
Well, that was kind of weird to me, because if Chad knew that Fred wasn't home,
Well, you'll hear it. It might be in this interview. Ellie talks about Fred's mom saying, I don't even know why Chad would be down there anyway, because apparently Chad and Fred hadn't talked in months.
Wow, that's interesting because that's what I couldn't understand because I'm like, why is he parked at Fred's if he knew Fred wasn't home? Why
Right.
would he be parked back there?
Right. What? There's a lot. I know.
Okay, I'm going to start her back up.
That his sister witnessed him do it. And so he had to do something, I guess. And that
He had to
just shows right
backtrack
there
a little
what-
bit.
Yep.
But no, he didn't get it off canvas. He got it off the side of the road.
Oh, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Okay, here we go.
Thief. He's a known thief in the area. You're okay, Deeds. I'm sorry I started that. You didn't do anything, Deeds. She did. And that's what she does. And you know what, Deeds? A lot of times through the 3 years I've been covering Ziggy, it works. When she starts getting into people's real lives, people are like, fuck that. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, who would want people to reach out to their family? You know what
Oh, that's interesting because Clinch Mountain, where is Clinch Mountain, Cursed?
The only Clinch Mountain I seen was to the left of Ben Hill. Like, if I don't know if it's Billington or not.
Okay.
Ellie could probably tell you. I could Google it, but
Ellie, how far is Clinch Mountain from right there, Ben Hill area?
I mean, supposedly Chad was staying up on the river up by Mountain View, right?
Yeah, I remember hearing
close to
that.
the park, Laurel Run.
All right, here we go.
I mean? Regardless of whether you're a bad person or not, it doesn't matter. Also, I want to point out that what Ziggy would do is let's just take, for instance, when she had one of my ex-friends up, okay? He was talking about somebody that lived in our house prior to us, okay? And he was telling her a story about how they trashed the house and all this shit, okay? Ziggy took that, turned that into that me and my ex were living there with these other people. And we were living there for free. It was a free house that was just getting, we were in there destroying I mean, she will literally twist anything. This guy said, this is an ex-friend of mine. He told her when he was up there, at the time, the guy had an organization, okay? It's called Maslow's Army. And the only reason why she knew about it is because I had spoke about it on my platform. It was a charitable organization that Sam started, my friend, for homeless people in the Cincinnati area, okay? We worked very closely with them. They helped us when we got out of rehab get our house, and my ex did work for the other guy, right? Another person that you got a hold of. These are people that have had to block this girl from their social media accounts. These are people that have, all the way up till February, were being messaged by Ziggy and told, lose our fucking number, bitch. Like,
wow,
get a life. But that's what I'm saying. Like that, it brought all that anger and resentment. But I already worked on it. We're good. You didn't bring it up, Deeds. She went into your real life. And it just highlights what she'll do, the extent she'll go to, and look at the way she lied on you, talking about how you go lie about her every fucking day and all this other shit. It proves that all the shit that she said about me ever has been a fucking lie, because that's what she does. She does it with Karen. She does every person that calls her out pretty much on her lies gets fucked with in their real life.
And my thing is, this is just me. When you have a family dynamic, I don't know why she feels, things that are being said about the girls is coming from Fred. And personally, I'm the type of person, I wouldn't get into that family dynamic. Just out of respect for the whole freaking family.
Right.
But that's not what she did. Hey, Mama Bear. Hey, Appy Blue.
I don't know who the fuck she thinks she is. She's gonna fuck with the wrong one, is what's gonna happen.
That's
Her and
what's
Fred
gonna
both.
happen.
You know, how many,
That
again,
Clinch Mountain is
slash
about a
Ziggy,
half
if
an
we-
hour away on Google.
She she is setting it up basically from what
Ziggy's
I'm.
an antisocial person, it seems, and I think she pretty much will tell that about herself. She doesn't like being told what to do. She's, just not a people person type of
Well, I mean,
girl. She did
um,
that with her ex's family,
oh,
when the
she
whole
did. I
gym
watched
situation
that.
happened.
That was a train wreck.
She abuses people mentally.
She
She really
went, I'll
does.
never forget. Jim passes away. She comes on social media. They had to take the car because it was in Jim's name, and the payments would have went to one of the family members. Somebody would have had to pay those payments. So they came and took the car, and she proceeded just to annihilate them on social media. It was
Yeah.
really sad.
Yeah.
It was sad.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's very impulsive.
Yeah, very much so.
Went and make a list, and maybe one day we will. I told Karen before we started tonight, when Deets and Gabblegeeks get done with their Fred said, I'm going to take that. I'm going to go through Laura said, and we're going to go through that. But yeah, has Fred always told these sort of complicated lies, Karen?
Roku ads.
Ellie, I'll tell you what. You know what she would have got from me? She would have, let me tell you, if she told me to sit down and shut up, I would have told her, shut the fuck up, lady. You shut up. You sit down. Go in the cry closet. You can buy some you can buy some sandpaper from Remain Calm. She'll sell you in bundle style. Heck yeah. You know me, I get feisty.
Yeah.
I get really feisty.
No. Post, during and now, yes.
Yeah, and that's why I would say, and I tell people that Fred can say all day that he calls a phone number and he gets piss tested, whatever, and he's clean. And that's great, Fred. I'm glad you're clean, but you're not in recovery. Neither one of you are. And the whole thing about I'm never going to relapse, I'm never going to go back out, I don't live that life. You're going to relapse, and it needs to be prepared for. But I digress. Did your family ever get notified about Fred almost getting killed in jail?
No. That was there was only me and Julie, and we were never contacted about it. That's something that.
Can I ask you a question, Ellie? And if you look, no matter what I ask, if you don't want to answer it, please don't. But did someone try to unalive him in jail, or did he try to do something to himself? For some reason, I'm confused about that, and I don't know why.
He said, I'll tell you what he said. He said that it was really hot in jail, so they were putting wet blankets or wet sheets around their neck. So apparently he had one wrapped around his neck, and this guy comes in and pulls on it, proceeding to choke him out. And he must have done it because he said that's what that spot is on his chest, because they were doing, the defibrillator on him and brought him back to life. And then later on, he tells the story of they were arguing over hazardous, unsanitary. The guy was nasty, but
Matthew, hey, Snooky. It is good to see you, Snooky.
I think he might have been in protective custody.
I'm wondering that too, because that all kind of sounded really weird to me.
Yeah, when he was on the jail calls, did you see anybody walking around with their shirts off or with towels around their neck? Were they sweating, acting like it was hot in there? I didn't see that.
I didn't see anybody doing that. Not at all.
He was out of his mind probably when he got arrested. He was still on his path.
Right. I don't know. It was just hard for me, I guess, to comprehend what he was even saying, because now, I'm sure that I didn't see any marks on his neck
I did not either.
at all.
No.
So that kind of threw me off a little bit. Now, when you give chest compressions, if you're doing them correctly, usually you're going to break a rib.
Right.
Usually a rib's going to be broken if you're doing chest compressions.
Well,
So
if he went out in the way that he was choked out, then he was just unconscious for a minute. I don't even think those measures would need to be taken if you're choked out and you black out. Either
right.
you just died or you're out for a minute and you'll be back. He would have a pulse. They don't give you the defibrillator unless you don't have a pulse. And
So,
I looked
yeah.
at the spots on the chest and I seen one image that matched it. But
I would have thought if that was the case, I wouldn't have thought that they would have kept him in any type of general population.
yeah, what everybody's saying,
You know.
withdrawal, detox. Yeah, he was going through a rough time, which I don't know why they would even give him a poly during that time, knowing he was going through a lot of things.
Right.
And that's probably, honestly, why that poly came back no opinion.
Okay. Let me get this started again.
Fred probably don't know. He wants to say that law enforcement says that I tried to set him up and this and that, which is all lies. So there was nothing to set him up with. I wasn't affiliated in that aspect. But when Fred went to jail, and me and Julie went down there, and Fred found Laura in Mom and Dad's house, we left, and we called Hawks County Sheriff's Office to have an officer come and tell her she needed to leave because they were supposed to be living in the camp.
Mm-hmm.
The officer that worked that area, I don't recall his name, and I apologize for that, but he's the officer that worked that area. Probably still does. Mm-hmm. He told me and Julie both that under no circumstances were we to bond Fred out of jail. Why would they tell us that? That still baffles me.
And I think what I remember, Ellie, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, wasn't at some point you girls were kind of side-eyeing Laura concerning your mom, right?
And probably because they fucking want that motherfucker to sit in there and do what he was doing. You know? What was he? Mm-hmm. You think about what he was doing at that time. Calling and telling Ziggy all the things. That's right. And they were getting polygraphs. I mean, of course they wanted him in there. I wanted to mention, somebody asked if you ever met.
Don't say what, Matthew? What am I not saying, Matthew? What is up, Snookums? My little Snooky.
And yes, Ellie is drop dead fucking gorgeous, but Ziggy would just have probably just not seen that image of her. Ziggy wouldn't know Karen was standing right next to her. She never met her. She doesn't know anything about her at all.
Nope.
She knows what Fred said. That's it. She has been it. She is a proven scammer. Absolutely. Absolutely. In my opinion, he's a scammer too, because he's sitting over there doing it with her. Thank you, TT. TT said she's probably looking up someone else's life on Facebook, or as we speak. You already know that. Of course she is.
Definitely.
She's planning all of the bad things that she's going to say about Karen later. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't wait to hear what I've done next. Because it's going to be new to me too.
That is funny.
We're all going to find out together what I've been into.
It's in the description. I hope I put it in there right. Somebody go click it. It should be the first link in my description.
Well, she did a reading for me one time, and it was actually pretty good, I have to say. Now, if she did another one on me, it would probably be bad. It probably would. She'd be like, that bitch pissed me off. Let's get her.
You're getting the detective deck.
Yeah. Ziggy didn't help calling the jail. Let me tell you, she was a celebrity for all of those guys in that jail. She was. She thought that she was just the golden chicken sitting on all these little guy eggs. She was sitting on the
Fred was
rooster.
using his jailmate's chirp. That's why he got in trouble. It had nothing to do with Ryan. They blame it on Ryan. Why would Ryan have anything to do with Fred losing his chirp? And in combination with her recording Fred on the internet and playing it, people were calling in, you know.
Oh,
They gave him a timeout for a minute. Just yet again, take accountability, man.
Well, you know, all those other inmates were like, don't do this to Fred. Don't put him in the cry closet. We need him on those YouTube streets. We're getting those honey buns. Don't do that to us.
Boy. What do you think Fred spent hundreds of dollars on in jail? If not thousands.
I don't know what he spent $100,000 on, but you know, he did have his fines, and he said that they made him pay medical. So whatever they did to him, he said they charged him for it.
Yeah, but he said that was $20.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think they were gonna charge somebody that much to save their life, you know. I always thought maybe there was an individual in there that may have thought that he snitched on him. That's what I kind of thought, but
yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And the last time we spoke is in there. Ziggy Fred said hill, right? In my opinion, that jail video was Ziggy being stabbed. That looked like years old scar. If you had, I don't know about anything about being stabbed or anything, but I will tell you this. And this has been verified by multiple sources, and I repeated it here, and this is the place where you're going to get it, okay? You cannot get public records on Fred Jr. Hill out of Hawkins County.
No, ma'am.
Nobody can get public records, not any, on Fred Hill. It is all stop and a no-no. That's what they said. And
that's interesting.
Try telling you.
Why, yeah. That is way, way interesting right there.
There's a lot of open investigation cases.
Absolutely.
There is. I mean, I think people tend to forget what's really going on. We get caught up in the everyday videos and lives, and we tend to forget, you know, there's some real crimes that's been committed.
Well, I know that before, you know, it was mentioned, someone had said, it might have been Ernie, I don't remember, but he was, you know, talking about Summer's case being a lot bigger, and, you know, absolutely and I was going to talk about this, the Bibb County child stuff that's going on there, trafficking and stuff like that. What it's, I forgot what I was going to say. My mind just went blank.
Ernie.
Ernie. Oh, Ernie. And I forgot what I was going to say about Ernie. I'll remember it in a minute. Okay. Oh no, the bigger investigations. Like in the Bibb County, I was researching that, and they talked about a investigation into substances. And I was like, wait a minute, so these children are being trafficked from residents that has been under investigation for substance trafficking or whatever. So with Summer's case, could the possibility be there that there is not only Summer's case, but some sort of, substance trafficking, human trafficking. You know, it 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 could end up being, uh, you know, something like that. We just don't know because we don't know what's actually happening. So
I go back to the conversation I had with Chai on your channel, and I listened to it, and by what she says, it doesn't add up that from what we know that it's a trafficking story. But then when I hear everything Fred has said about Dawn and what Fred himself supposedly did in Knoxville, and the people we talked to talking about Summer still being alive, and that makes me question Fred. It really does.
well, because I know that in the very beginning the card team came and said that they did not feel that it was kidnapping, trafficking, or however they put it. I'd have to pull it up to definitely, double check on that. But after we've got all of it, seems like not all of them. I don't want to say that, but if you take a bunch of these people's conversations, it goes in that direction. I mean, Marlena, she was like, oh yeah, they like red-haired, green-eyed kids and blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids, and Andrew, he's just being weird when he was talking about it.
Yeah.
But you have people who are actually making it seem like that could have been the direction that they were going. So,
but you don't think that's just their opinion based on what they've heard, just like you and I being on YouTube and everybody else talking? They just have the knowledge?
I mean, absolutely. I think it's their, obviously they maybe have researched it, or I don't know how they would know these things, but it just like some of them even stated they believed that she was trafficked. They believed that Dawn owed money or something like that, and she was trafficked. But like you said, that's absolutely their opinion. I mean,
I
there's
think it
never
comes
been
from
no proof.
statements like that came from Dawn talking about being the crack fairy. Just because he said it doesn't mean it's true.
Yes, I mean, Don kind of told us a story about his life.
Yeah,
It's the way I
do
see
you
that.
think if
And
that was really the absolute honest to God truth that he would get on YouTube and tell you?
I think with
I sure
Don,
don't.
I think with Don, it was the story of his life. He was putting out little tidbits here and there. He
Yeah.
absolutely spoke about being at a motel, seeing horrible things being done by these people with addictions to children. He just didn't know. He didn't know what it was until he got older, and then he realized what he was seeing. I don't know how young he was when he seen that. It was kind of, if you go back and Don kind of tells a story. Now, can you believe what he says? There are times I do believe what Don says, but then there's other times when he doesn't give a shit and he doesn't like a lot of YouTubers, and he would just say random shit. So it's like,
That's what I mean. If it was even close, if it was close to the truth, why would he be willing to talk about it? Why wouldn't he say, yeah, she was abducted? She had to be abducted. Why would he even give an inkling of truth to something that could possibly pin him out for the rest of his life?
He did come out and say that he felt she was abducted for sure. But sometimes there are people who, you know, they say things and they put you in a position to where it's like, well, you know, is he maybe telling the truth here, or are we looking at somebody who's just acting a certain way?
Mhm.
You know, a good example of that, I'll give you my opinion on this isn't really my opinion on Tim Mullins. I definitely got an opinion on him, but there are some people who will be a suspect in an investigation, or slash the perpetrator themselves, that get close to the victim's family.
Yeah.
That way they can keep tabs on everything that's going on. And I think it's interesting that Tim Mullins wants to put out that TBI was down there at the end of that road. So if the Wells weren't contacted, how did Tim Mullins know that? How would Tim Mullins know that?
I've never put him on my list, and I've never dove into him. I know who he is, I know what he's done, but I just think because of how I portray him, I don't account for anything that he says. He's, I think he's made a mess as
I think
well.
he has too. But yes, she has been holding her breath, Matthew. Don't worry about it, mister. I'm gonna get you, Matthew. I'm coming for you, mister. I'm invading your life tonight. I want up on panel, and you're not messing with me tonight. Okay, here we go.
Law, because I made them cite it, is the law that says that this would either harm the public more than help, or there is an active, ongoing investigation. So, in my
The only
opinion,
time you can get records on anything is in closed cases.
mm-hmm.
And they won't even release anything
They won't do
on his meth charges that are closed.
Nope. The only thing that you can get is the shit that they have posted online. You cannot get, I'm talking about jail records. I'm talking about arrest records. Go try. I would love for other people to go in Tennessee to go try and do it, because in my experience and a few other people's experience, it's a big no.
So Fred's case isn't considered. I mean, he hasn't finished his probation. So.
But the case is closed.
But the case is closed.
Right.
So after he finishes his probation, would you be allowed to get it then?
I don't know. I would. I'm making this big, huge assumption that has nothing to do with his charges. I think has to do with Summer's case.
Right.
They were talking about everything. And Ziggy has all that on her phone. And she was going to have a live one day on their anniversary. And she said that she was going to play kind of sort of how they talked and fell in love pretty much over the phone. And she did not do that. And that's good content for her. And she's not played any of their conversations other than, and that's him talking about cotton.
Right.
Why isn't she playing that stuff? What were they talking about?
I think they were conniving on what they could come up with to make sure that, you know, she stayed relevant in Summer's case on YouTube. I mean, that's my way of thinking about it, but.
How do you fall in love with a man over the phone?
He's on parole for 9 years.
That's what he got.
I mean, if you look at prisoners, a lot of women love guys in prison. They ain't got to worry. You know? And I'm sure her and Fred were talking probably from the time he woke up till he went to bed. That
She
was
said
something
that.
that
She said they
what
spoke for hours and hours.
I mean, this is the thing. What better way to be able to keep control of a guy that number one, he's in jail, and number two, the money that's coming into him is what's coming from your subs. I'm telling you, there's a leash there. There is a leash.
Yeah. Yeah. He was giving her information. She was asking questions. There's
Right.
motive there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I wanted a transcript of the first visitation that I went down there and had with him a week after he was in jail, when he was telling Ziggy and Laura that I was begging to be his power of attorney and stuff. I wanted that because I wanted to prove him wrong, because I never asked him that. He asked me that.
Yep.
He actually wanted me to go to our aunt and get the money, beg for the money to bond him out and to get her to pay for a lawyer for him. Wanted me to get power of attorney over his check so Laura wouldn't take it. I wanted that, the transcript of that video visitation really bad, and I can't even get it.
Yeah, we can't. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why when Ziggy's like, oh, because somebody was talking about getting their phone calls, their emails, their interactions, right? Try it. Yeah, why don't Fred go ahead? Fred would be the one, right? Fred, go ahead and request your jail records and see what they say.
Yeah.
See, this is what gets me, because he wanted her to do all that stuff for him. He obviously didn't have a problem with her then, did he? So how did that become so fucked up? If he's wanting Ellie to, have power of attorney and stuff like that, and then they end up basically demeaning her character and everything else. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
And I've seen screenshots of it. She's telling the truth.
Oh, I believe her. I believe. You better believe I believe her. Okay, here we go.
Let's see. He says here, Ellie, I'm sorry to keep bringing it up, but why does Fred allow Ziggy to trash his family? Well, I don't know how we can answer that.
Well, the only thing I can figure is
talk for like
even
1
though
minute? Karen, why go grab a drink? Okay, thank you.
The only thing I can figure is that Fred probably has confided in Ziggy. I do remember Laura making a statement to PG that she was afraid that Fred had confided too much in Ziggy and he was going to end up in prison for it. And I personally believe that he has confided in Ziggy, and she does know a lot of his dark secrets. And that allows her the liberty to do whatever the hell she wants. Because if you think she's going to try to manipulate everybody else, how hard do you think she's manipulating him? Honestly.
Yes, I agree.
And it's either that, or I have a B theory. Ziggy is very homophobic and accuses everybody of being in a lesbian relationship. But I believe she's the one in the lesbian relationship, because she's definitely married to a little bit, because he left.
I missed that part.
That is so funny.
That's great.
Ellie is on it. I'll have to go back and clip that. That is funny. I wasn't expecting that. That's funny. Okay, here we go.
Or do whatever. Just saying.
Gabblegeek said, hey, Ellie and 6UP. Fred now claims he never said anything about the pink shirt and the backpack. Can you reiterate that story, please?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, the 5 days after Summer had gone missing, when Mom sent me and Julie up to Fred to get her mail and to check on Fred, he was standing out there talking about feeling like it being set up. Said that when he came home that day, that there was a backpack at the top of his driveway with meth-making materials in it, and that he found some little girl's clothes in one of the old washing machines outside. He sure did. And he felt like someone was trying to set him up.
Well, why the fuck, if it was an old washing machine outside, what made him
Looking
What
at?
made, yeah.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
would he
know.
decide to go look in an old fucking washing machine? I
You
wonder
got me on that one.
when the last time was. Thank you, Angel on Earth. That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That will definitely come in handy. Matthew, I know you're a hoe, okay? I don't mind sharing you, but it fucking depends on who I'm sharing you with. I am very picky about what hoes I share my hoism with. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? That all of a sudden he's got this backpack but Dave Radar said something about the backpack, didn't he?
I don't know. Did
I
he?
will have to find it. Yes, he mentioned that backpack. He was told, but I'm not sure who told him. I'll have to find it. I know where it's at. It's on Duty Runs. I'll have to find it. So
Yeah, he says that a lot. I mean, he's kind of. I feel like on Cher's panel, he was kind of trying to not, but we all heard what he said. I think that a lot of the locals are completely fed up with him and her.
I bet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they
Obviously,
sure are.
if you pay attention to other people's chats, they are here. They are always in my chat. There's a lot of locals in my chat. Yes, they are fed up. I get a lot of emails.
Look how many locals was in Deep's chat going over those videos. There was a lot of locals in there speaking out and being vocal. They were very fed up with it.
This is Karen is the one that got the polygraph. Both the sisters had it, but yeah, she's the one who sent it to the burn barrel. Correct, Karen?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think it's hilarious that Ziggy thinks that she can get me in trouble for opening mail. I mean, it's clear. I got the mail out of the mailbox at 165. Fred was living at 207. It's on video. So how?
I have a weird question because I didn't understand why they mailed the polygraph to the residents when they knew Fred was in jail. But then I'm answering my own question because if it's, well, it would be, yeah. Is that a dumb question?
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, like why not just give it to him?
Yeah, why wouldn't they just give it to him at the jail? Because it's coming from the jail. I mean, it's basically coming from the police station, and they
so
mail
there's
it
an
instead
address.
of
Let me
just
see.
giving it to him for his records. That's kind of weird.
Let me see what that says on there. The header on it is Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, Knoxville, Tennessee. That's where it came from.
Sage, I don't know that. I mean, Candace putting little girl's clothes in a washer on Fred's property. The only thing I've ever questioned about the clothes, and I don't even know if it's really even relevant or not, is the fact that Hunter said that Candace put Summer's bathing suit on at the house. He described the little shorts she had on and the little tank top she had on. So my question always was, where were those clothes?
And I think he assumed that. I think because we see her wear the swimsuit in a lot of other pictures with shorts on underneath.
Right.
I think she might have had like a shirt over top of it. And she might have just taken the shirt off and already had the bathing suit on. And he just assumed.
That's, yeah, I had thought about that too. Ellie said there were several washing machines. One was beside the camper. One was at the parking spot at the camper. And there was more up on the hill.
Did they turn that in? Did they turn those clothes in to law enforcement?
Did they, Ellie, do you know if they turned them in or not to law enforcement? I would kind of just be curious. I will find where Dave Radar said that, though. Let me write that down.
Yeah, I'll write
Um,
down too, because I just recently listened to both the Off the Cuff and wherever else he was at, and I didn't know that.
yeah, he definitely spoke on it and had said something about the. I remember him saying, I don't know if somebody maybe mentioned it to him or what, but I remember him saying it, and I definitely will find it. Would any of them be near where Candace allegedly had been or the scent? Oh, you're asking Ellie that? We're not sure exactly where Candace was on that property. We don't know how far Candace went into Fred's. I mean, if Chad told her that he wasn't home, would Candace have went on past Chad up onto the property, look around? I don't know.
By
I
Fred's
don't
account,
know.
no. Fred says by what Chad says and by what he's seen on his camera, she got out of her truck but didn't even go knock on the door. Just, like kind of like casual, get out, notice that Chad's there, and hey, Chad, blah, blah, blah. So maybe a
Right,
few steps up.
right. Okay, let's okay, wait a minute. Ellie said, I don't know where Candace went exactly. She didn't go knocking on the door. Wasn't it told that she didn't go knocking on the door? Okay, here we go.
Well, I know that was his.
Right?
And what they also got are failing to understand is that as soon as I got that,
Okay, hold on. And I promise I will drop some links here pretty soon, you guys, for everybody. I just don't have any mod in here. So, and I do appreciate everybody being so cool in chat. You guys are awesome, awesome for real. I appreciate you all very much. And thanks, Curse, for hanging out with me.
Thanks for having me.
Girl, it's always interesting when you come and hang out with me.
I know
Okay,
it is.
here we go.
I have a problem with it.
Well, I mean, she's ridiculous. I mean, she really is. She's ridiculous. That's odd if Ellie couldn't get that one interaction that early on. That's a Hawkins issue. Only a few more months till Ronnie's out. Well, I mean, it's still the same people that are there are going to still be there. You know what I mean? Like, it's still, law enforcement is in most parts of the country pretty corrupt. I mean, let's just say that. Ellie, you're taking them out. Taking them out. Oh God. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any. Ellie, was Fred being honest about having kids over and having to take them home because they stayed too long?
I have no
thank you,
idea
Poppy.
because that's something that left me and Julie both scratching our heads. Where in the hell did he have 15 kids at one time? Because I mean, you've seen the shape of that trailer. Where was he going to put them, in the drawer of his cell phone? Really, where was he keeping 15 freaking kids at any given time? Unless he was at a block house somewhere babysitting.
Right?
I don't understand it. No,
I don't even know why you would. I know. Like, I don't even know why you would say, like, you're already okay. Here's the thing, Fred and Ziggy. I don't know if y'all understand that, but a lot of people think Fred's a creep. Okay, especially that part about him staring in the window at the naked children and then lying and changing it. Now you two both lying and changing it.
Now this is what I was. Oh gosh, I had a big comment on that, and my mind just freaking went blank.
Have you heard this interview yet?
No, I haven't.
I'm
raw here giving my opinion. I always like to watch things with everybody instead of watching it by myself. That way you get my real reaction.
Yeah.
But I always thought it was interesting. And this is the way I took the conversation. And if you had heard it, you might have taken it different. But Laura made a comment that Summer would come over and play with her grandkids or something, right?
Her kids, yes.
But then she said anytime the boys came, they were always with Dawn. And in my mind, I was like, wait a minute. Why why? Why hadn't the boys ever went there, for anything? And she says, no, when the boys came, they were always with Dawn. But Summer would come and play with the kids. And that just always seems strange to me for some reason.
Do you think that they were letting the boys take Summer on the bike?
On the dirt bikes?
Mm-hmm. Heard a lot about it.
I would think that they would, but
it's irresponsible.
It's definitely would be irresponsible, especially if they were allowing it without an adult out there, being right there. Don talked about driving Summer around on a motorcycle, didn't he, all the time or something?
Yeah, I think Fred was even talking about he's seen Candace once riding the bike down there with him.
Oh, is that when Jody said she had a sippy cup with liquor in it?
I don't know. That's not the time I'm talking. This is just recently. Fred said.
Oh, just recently?
Yeah. I'm telling you.
How the hell would he know he ain't there no more?
Ziggy channel for Ziggy. I listened to the Ziggy channel for Fred.
I know.
That's the only reason.
Watch out. She gonna say you try and take her man. I think she thinks a lot of people want her man.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I think she thinks we're all jealous. I don't know what of.
I know.
But
that is so funny.
Not the case.
No, thank you, Ziggy. I got Matthew. I got my Snooky. I don't need your Fred. Every time Kerr says Fred said, I laugh. When he said he laughs.
Well, he did.
When she went missing, she was reported to be wearing the T-top and shorts at Warriors. She was wearing Danny. Okay, Danny, whatever. In your opinion, you feel however you want to feel, girl. You feel, girl. Okay, here we go.
He definitely said that, and I don't know how much more of a creep he can fucking be. But anyway,
he looks creepy. Fred just looks creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she didn't actually beg for me to send the polygraph to her. She threatened and manipulated me, telling me that I was going to be charged if I didn't put it public because that is Fred's wishes. I have the emails to attest to that.
Wow.
Yeah, you do, actually. I forgot about that. Hi, Cindy.
See, that's what I'm saying is so weird. They were wanting her to do all these. They were wanting Ellie to do all these things. And when she didn't do exactly what they wanted, that is when the shit started. And, all of a sudden, could Fred's sisters be part of Summer missing? I mean, that's just craziness to me.
Well, he was telling Ziggy that Ellie was up messing around with Dawn.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Ellie says she's never met them. Never been up there. None of it.
Well, let me tell you. 6UP said Ellie is beautiful. I'm sure she's very beautiful. You need to look at the type of woman that Dawn likes because we all remember someone named Crystal. And she actually came out on YouTube to let everybody know that, yes, she was the one who slept with Don Wells, but she only slept with him one time. Now, I have a question. What the hell is up with all these people who they're like, I only slept with him once. I only did it one time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Lord have mercy. I feel bad for the person that they're saying that about.
They're making a big deal about it. Jeez, it only happened once.
You can only brag about it if you did it twice, not once. But yes, I couldn't believe that cursed when she came out and she was like, yeah, I'm the one that slept with Dawn. I only did it once. And I mean, Candace had put out this Facebook post, and here's the whore of the holler. I mean, she
Yeah.
was letting that girl have it. And I
Mhm.
was like, Jesus, I would not have came on YouTube. I give the girl credit for coming on YouTube and being like, hey,
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay.
I
So
did the
don't
deed.
that kind of go against them being swingers? Don't people make it like it was they were swinging and it was a mutual thing? And well, if that was the case, she wouldn't be
Yeah, she wouldn't
doing
have cared.
that.
She wouldn't have cared for sure. Okay, here we go.
Not only is there a live of her trying to threaten and manipulate and manhandle me into giving her that, but I have emails. I have my receipts.
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Ziggy
Right?
wanted that
That's exactly
information.
what it was. And who the hell would leave their kids with Fred? Good question. Good. That the jab. I asked that the other day when I was like, "Would you leave your rabbit with Fred Hill?" Fuck, you got me. I wouldn't leave a dying plant with that guy.
Oh, I learned my lesson and stopped leaving my kids with him many a year ago.
You know
When
what?
when my own son ended up in the ER because of Fred.
Let's talk about
Wow.
that. Let's go ahead and let's talk about it.
Oh, talk
It
about it.
however much you want, however much you want, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. But if you would maybe like to
Oh, wow.
maybe make a general statement, that is completely up to you. I do want to say before you say anything that Karen has told me about this, and that is why I say what it's not just because he was convicted of that shit back in the day in 2011 when Karen told me this story. It's something that I will never forget, and I would never ever have that man around my children. That's
wow. Okay, I'm going to say trigger warning because I'm not sure what she's going to say. But wow, I'm interested. I'm interested.
Awesome.
Okay, here we go.
even if I was active addiction, I wouldn't be that stupid to go around Fred. That's me.
Now, mind you, that this was when my children were my two sons were, I think, 10 and 12, either 10 and 12 or 12 and 14. There's 2 years difference in them, and you know, this Fred had moved from, I think, the Light Hauler. This was either before or after he lived in the Light Hauler, but he was living up in the holler of Ben Hill Road at the very end, way up in there, and he was living in a tent. And he had asked me, he said, "Well, won't you let the boys spend the weekend, camp out with us and stuff?" They gave me the story of they needed a father figure because obviously their father was passed. They need a father figure, somebody to get out and hunt fish with them and camp with them and this and that. So, you know, I agreed to it. Well, the very first night, I get a phone call in the wee hours of the morning that I need to come and get my son. And I wake up to a phone call with my mom telling me, "Everything's okay, but you need to come down here." And that's all she would tell me. And then when I get down there, I pull up in the driveway to find my youngest son. Looked like he'd had the hell beat out of him, road rash all over him, tore all to fucking pieces from head to toe, mind you. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on? Oh my God. So the bullshit story I got was that he must have been sleepwalking. He woke up and said that there were spiders everywhere and took off running through the woods barefoot in nothing but a pair of shorts in the middle of the night, and it dark, couldn't see nothing, running face on, head on into trees, down hills, ravines.
Whoa.
They searched for my son for hours before finding him and even calling me.
No.
And when I was told that when Fred finally found him, that he was crawling up a dry creek bed, screaming, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me."
No.
And while they were hunting for my youngest son, he gave my oldest son, which was 14 at the time, a pistol and sent him down the road to hunt for my youngest son in the middle of the night alone. And if he had seen him, Could have possibly killed him. I take my son to the emergency room, and they check him over. He had no broke bones, but his face was so bruised from running into trees, and he had so much road rash all over his body. There was not one spot of his body that was not covered in scrapes and cuts and bruises. I got him home, and he sat in a catatonic state on my couch for 5 days, and his pupils were dilated that you couldn't even see what color his eyes were.
At Capital Group, we take
Sorry, guys. I was sitting there talking to you, and I looked, and I was damn muted. Lord have mercy. This is craziness. Wow. Wow. This is, I'm going to take it back. Like I said, trigger warning, you guys.
See nothing, running face on, head on into trees, down hills, ravines. They searched for my son for hours before finding him and even calling me.
Yeah, Robin.
And when I was told that when Fred finally found him, that he was crawling up a dry creek bed, screaming, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." And while they were hunting for my youngest son, he gave my oldest son, which was 14 at the time, a pistol and sent him down the road to hunt for my youngest son in the middle of the night, alone. And if he had seen him, could have possibly killed him. I take my son to the emergency room, and they check him over. He had no broke bones, but his face was so bruised from running into trees, and he had so much road rash all over his body. There was not one spot of his body that was not covered in scrapes and cuts and bruises.
Right.
I got him home, and he sat in a catatonic state on my couch for 5 days, and his pupils were dilated that you couldn't even see what color his eyes were. I had to pick him up and take him to the bathroom. I had to spoon feed him, give him drinks. 5 days he didn't sleep. He sat on my couch in a catatonic state for 5 days before he ever spoke to me. And not one person in that fucking holler can tell me exactly what the fuck happened to my son to this day.
Wow, that's crazy.
That was the last time my children were allowed to be with Fred Hill.
Wow. Yeah, that is traumatic. That would be traumatic.
I am so sorry.
That is nuts.
And he wants to sit on there and he'll share, if that would have been my child, I would have been tore all to pieces. That was my child.
Wow.
And I forget to get a fucking explanation, the truth out of anybody.
Yeah, Fred, why don't you tell us what happened? And again, like, these are the people. This is his family, and he comes on here and talks awfully. And Karen has never told this story. Karen has never mentioned this in a live chat.
Wow.
That was.
Now, I'm sure Ziggy's gonna probably make an excuse about this stuff. For sure. Hold on, let me hold on a second. Okay, girl. Kirst is eating her dinner. I've been on here 4.5 hours. This has been a long live. I am gonna have to do a part 2 on this, you guys. We'll go a few more minutes. Here, Kirsten's coming back up. Wow, I can't, that blew my mind. And I mean, yeah, it is a lot, Robin. It is. For sure. I mean, wow. fathom what that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine either. I mean, something terrified him bad enough. He went running through the woods in the middle of the night. So, just, yeah, I agree with you guys. I probably would just knock the shit out of him. For sure. For sure. You guys give me 1 second, please. I'll be right back.
Made it sound to me like maybe the kiddo might have been given something, which is unfortunate that happened. That's what it sounds like to me, Lenny.
Okay.
Ellie, did you ask your other boy what happened? Does he remember anything that happened? Did he see anything?
Yeah, because moonshine, maybe? No, I don't know. I don't know, but Fred, it sounds to me like Fred was the one asking them to come to go camping and stuff. So, all right, let me, I'll turn it back on here.
My child that was missing for hours before I was ever even called.
You know, when you said that your mother called and said it's not bad, but you need to get down here. That's something that
that's pretty
my mother will
wild.
do.
That's pretty wild. I mean, I could see her mom not wanting to freak her out, but then to get there and know that he had been missing for hours and he's running through the woods in the dark, it could have even ended up more bad than what it was, for sure. I missed the part when she took him to the hospital. What did they find something in his system?
I don't know if she said it yet, but I don't think they drug tested him. They didn't think to do that back then.
Oh, okay.
That with my brother, right? Like something will be really bad, but she'll, it's not that, it's not that bad, but you need to be here, Wow.
Yeah, because definitely moonshine. Yeah, that can, depending on the moonshine and the proof, could not end up real well for a child. She said yes. Wow.
I can't see chat. She said yes, they drug tested him?
Yeah, Ellie said yes. Sage said definitely sounds like a stimulant type. And Ellie said yes, it did sound like a stimulant type. But she didn't say if they actually tested him or not. She's just saying, yeah, it did sound like that.
Okay.
So, okay, here we go.
Tell me why my son said with his pupils dilated so much that you couldn't see the color of his eyes for 5 fucking days if he wasn't drugged.
Wow.
You tell me that. Make me understand that. The emergency room doctor felt like he was just in shock. Shock don't last 5 freaking days.
I mean, it could, you know what I mean? But the way that you just, when you said the spiders thing.
But shock from what? If it was shock, then something shocked him so severely. Wow.
That,
Why would he hallucinate?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Walk before that night.
Right.
He never hallucinated. He didn't have that. I mean, that never happened.
Well,
so why did it happen there?
Right. And my oldest daughter, I can remember the doctors she had ADD, and they put her on that Concerta, kind of like a Ritalin medication, and they raised it. And I remember she got the bus one day and she was like, "Mom, there's spike," same thing. Pupils huge. She looked like she had been, taken, like it was horrible, Ellie. So I can't even imagine the way you fucking.
Yeah, but he didn't have ADHD. He wasn't.
I know. I'm just saying. That reminds me of my daughter, because it makes me think that they gave him something, or he accidentally took something,
And it was back in a time. I mean, you've got to think, my children, that particular son was born in 95. So if he was 10 years old, that was in 2005. That's been 20 years ago. That was in a time that drug addiction, as far as children being drugged, stuff, you take your child to the ER, that's not going to be the first thing that they think that they would even test for. Right. I didn't think that.
No, I wouldn't think. I mean,
what Ellie, what was Fred doing a particular substance at that time? Was he well, 20 years ago. Yeah. Was he doing a specific substance back then that you can remember?
Thought would be, I don't even know. I can't even.
Hindsight's 2020. If I had it to do over, I would have definitely had him drug tested to see what the hell was in his system.
Oh, he was.
I mean, I'm there in panic mode, just grateful that my son is alive, that I have him.
Right. But I mean, it's scary.
And not even. I was terrified.
Does he remember anything about it now, Karen?
No, I have asked him as recent as 6 months ago, and he does not recollect nothing.
That's probably.
He remembers going down there.
Better, yeah.
And he remembers being back at the house. He doesn't remember nothing in between.
Wow.
Wow, man.
And I guess it's probably a good thing.
Well, and what I am going to say, that in cult, certain, Ziggy likes to call it the drug scene, but I'm going to call it active addiction. When it is, when you're in the active addiction lifestyle, that shit happens, y'all. It happens a lot. And I talk about it all the time, how it's not pretty. And this is part of it. This right here is part of it. It's fucking scary.
It's very scary.
He could have drank something. You're right. And I do want to point out as well that they have talked about this on Ziggy and Fred have before.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I'm trying to remember what exactly some of the things they said. Do you remember, Karen? Some of the things they were saying.
I feel like accused him of being a sex offender, and he's highly pissed about that, because that is not true whatsoever.
Let me tell you, I think that is just wow.
Look, RC, you would feel the same way a lot of us feel if you paid attention to what has happened on that channel. It's been terrible.
It has been terrible, and this is just me and my feelings. I noticed that it was a train wreck very quickly, and I think that's why I just kind of didn't pay a whole lot of attention. That's why, with 6UP and you and Deets and that's where I would get the most information about that channel at all is from you guys, because you guys call the shit out. So
yeah, she recently a couple days ago pulled up Cotton's information, and
she did not have anything nice to say about him. It was
See, that's what gets me.
very opposite.
Your old man, your hubby, your Freddie, was questioned in this man's passing, and you're going to say, this is the thing, she is saying shit that is being told to her by Fred.
Right.
And I wonder if you sit and listen to her, I think, and this is my opinion, that she takes something and she will make it so freaking big.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's a lot of exaggeration in it. But she does this stuff to people, but then she gets mad for people calling her out on her shit. And, you know, you can't do that.
No.
You
No,
can't.
she's talking about innocent people. She brought out some other names as well. She brought out Glenda Head because Glenda was married to Cotton and Glenda was married to Pete Clark. And they started pointing fingers at her, and she read the story on, the 2 children that were burned in the camper fire.
Right.
Well, the parents of those kids, she was saying that Glenda was housing them, and they took over Cotton's meth making, and that they were still there today. That's not the case. That's not the case. The father of the children did once stay down there for a couple months when Pete was alive.
Right.
But it's not what they're saying. And Glenda has nothing to do with nothing. Just because she was married to the man. No, it's not fair.
I'm
She pulled up
telling
her
you.
Facebook.
Yes.
So what
Yes.
people see, they see Glenda Head pulled up on old YouTube. And, who knows who believes who and what. And that's the
Well,
unfairness
I mean, and it's really sad because I know the feeling when somebody's lying and other people start repeating the lies that started with one person, and they put you in a position. It's like either you come out and defend yourself 1,000%, or you're like, fuck them, I'm not giving them the attention. I try not to give liars attention, because a lot of times on YouTube, that's all they're seeking is attention, and they have no morals. And for her to do this to Fred's family, it's beyond my comprehension. So
I agree.
okay, now, yeah, Fred's a creepy guy, but let's look at this. What do abusers do? They alienate you from your family. They alienate you from all your friends. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but I can hear the leash clicking on that dog collar, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kind of, isn't it? Okay, here we go.
Oh, wow. Neither one of my children are sex offenders. Isn't that something, though, that he's calling? Wow. Wow. From the man what I was going to say is, like, when you're an active, let me say this. When I first did hard drugs, I did them with my aunt, who was 9 years older than me, and she gave them to me when I was 10 and 11 years old, guys. So it's actually something that is common in families with addiction.
It is.
Very common, actually. So, again, when she told me that, just want to say.
I mean, we had alcoholism in my family, and if y'all don't think that I wasn't handed a bottle to take a little swig out of and then being laughed at because it made me gag or something like that, I mean, that happens. It really does. So
Hey, I would not leave my child with him. I mean, there's a reason, again, and I talked about this too, that being convicted of child abuse this charge that he was, let me pull it up so I don't misstate things here. Hold on. So reckless disregard, abuse, neglect of a child, malice shooting of a missile in an enclosed in the building, brandishing a weapon.
You want ads?
So what building was he in? He tried to say, okay, hold on. Let's finish listening to what she's talking about.
The top, one of the top felonies in the state of Virginia that he was convicted of. They didn't pick a bottom, lower, charge, a misdemeanor, abuse or neglect. Fred Jr. Hill is convicted of abusing, neglecting his children. So it's really not a surprise,
And I know people wonder, well, why did they ultimately lose the kid? Was it because of that conviction? That was supposed to be the thing that helped them recover and get their kids back. They went through the normal routine with
the reunification.
Yes, they were supposed to go to weekly.
They usually give all
visitation.
parents, they usually give all parents, even if they are convicted, a chance to reunify with their children in some way.
And they did them too.
Yeah.
They had a weekly supervised visitation, and they had to take a drug test every week when they went in before they got to partake in that visitation. And they had to be clean on the drug test, Well, that went on for a few weeks. And then apparently it got to be too much because they dipped out of Virginia and went straight back to Beach Creek. And the first week, I was in contact for Department of Children's Services, and they called and they said, well, I noticed they missed their appointment. I don't know what's going on, but have them call us. And I'm like, okay, I'll let them know. Well, I didn't know where they were at.
Right.
And I'm sure, people get sick, things happen, you don't have a ride, whatever. The second week rolls by, they didn't show up for that one. DCS was on my phone, sitting there, waiting on them for their appointment, and they're not there. They're calling my phone back to back, every 10 minutes, wanting to know if I've heard from them, if I've had contact with them, if I could have them call them. I'm like, I can try to find them. That's all I can do. I call down at Mom's, and I'm like, is Fred and Laura down there? Yeah, they're down here on the wagon train or something or other. I said, well, you need to have Fred and Laura call DCS. They're blowing my phone up. They're supposed to be in Virginia right now for their visitation with their children and their brother's screen. And this is the second week that they've not showed up for it, and they're upset. And they're sitting there waiting on him right now, telling him he needs to call them and let them know that either they're not interested or something. He needs to give them a call. Oh, it wasn't 10. I'll tell you, it wasn't 10 minutes. 10 freaking minutes. He was calling my phone and going the hell off on me. Told me that it wasn't none of my GD business what he did. I wasn't going to tell him what to do. He didn't have to call them.
But you weren't. Like, you weren't telling what to do.
No,
you were
I weren't.
Right.
I was relaying a message and told me that if I fucked with him, that he would kill me and my kids. He would go to Hopkins County and kill his oldest daughter.
Wow.
And he would go to Russell County and kill the rest of them. That I'd best not fuck with him. So, you know what? I called DCS back and I'm like, well, I got a return phone call from him. And this is what he said. And they told me that I had to call all of the counties and report what he said, his threat. Because they took it 100% serious. And that is what cost him his kids. He chose to go to Beach Creek with Laura over his children and partake in his lifestyle.
And also threatening your life. I mean, for fuck's sake, you should have been arrested for that.
Which leads into something else. They want to say that I staged a crime scene to cover for my son. No, I didn't stage a crime scene. That really happened. And you know what? That was only about a year and a half after he had threatened to kill me. That was only a year and a half after he put a gun in my sister's chest to kill her. And when I gave my statement to the sheriff's office, and they said, "Do you know anybody that would want to threaten your life in any way?" I said, "The only person I know that has threatened my life is Fred Hill, my brother." There was no way for me to prove anything.
Wow.
Well, and he's threatened you a lot, even though since he's been out this time, he hasn't threatened to kill you. He did threaten you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I need to, you know what? Will you do me a favor? Will you text?
Ellie, I have a question. So if Fred wouldn't have gotten with Ziggy and he still lived in the area, do you believe that he would be accusing you of these things?
That's a good question.
If he was away from her, would you guys at least, even though you guys don't get along, obviously not, would it have been a little bit different without, Ziggy's like Charlie Brown's teacher in the background? So, okay, Here we go.
Give me that right quick so we can show people
Oh my gosh, which one?
the Facebook message from him.
Oh yeah, I guess
If it's, I know I got it somewhere, but let me see.
if I click out of this on my phone, will it cut me off?
Yeah, you can come right back in though.
Okay.
It's not that big. It's not that big.
And one thing I want to say, because I always say it over here, I'm not here to talk about, the situation, Ziggy, Fred, and his sisters, to show anybody any hate. I always say that. I'll drop Ziggy's link here pretty soon. I've got to drop Matthew's too, but absolutely, we're not here to show anybody any hate. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. So some people like Ziggy, some people don't, and we're good either way over here. Okay.
Good deal. We can get it here in a little bit. I'll find it. I just want people to see. What
Yeah,
he said
just
to
scroll
you.
back in your text message.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Ago.
That's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, he threatened her. He threatened her right when he got out of the halfway house. Threatened to come to her work.
Or my home.
Yeah, he said.
He
This
didn't
is what he
catch me
said.
at one, he catch me at the other.
Yeah, he messaged her from Facebook on September 18th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m. And he said, "Hey, I will be at your work tomorrow. We need to have a big talk about my shit you stole. I don't catch you at work. I'll come to your house."
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that proceeded to be the one and only time that I ever called his PO.
Mm-hmm.
And after I called them and had a good talk with him, his interstate compact got approved within 2 days. 2 days.
Yep, that's right.
They were
Wow.
done.
I totally forgot to tell.
Ellie. I mean, luckily, I don't live in the same area that they live in. But I'm like, why did we get Fred? Why couldn't Ziggy and Fred stay in Tennessee? But then again, if you look at the situation, I don't think that if they go back to Tennessee, it'll probably be under the cover of darkness. I'm just saying. So, but then again, you got to watch out because, there's people like Jody who can see in the dark. I'm just saying. You remember that?
Yeah.
She was going to do the sneaking around on the white supremacist people, and she was like, hey, if you want to join me, come on, don't wear no perfume. Yeah, she was given instructions on getting through the woods in the dark.
Yep.
She don't need no light. Jody don't need a light, damn it.
Jody's Jody.
Y'all heard what he did to Laura when he got out. Can you imagine what would have happened to me? Lord have mercy, Ellie. Well, I am really glad that you know where he's at and you don't have to be concerned when you definitely know he's in Indiana because, they're live all the time. So, yeah, Jody's had me blocked for 3 years. But I like Jody. I don't have a problem with Jody. Not at all. So,
She's just over here. She didn't unblock him.
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, Jody doesn't like me
she
either.
did.
She's under the wrong impression of a lot of things.
Well, it's I'm sure there's times she don't like me either. I'm sure I say things that she doesn't care to hear or whatever, and I'm good with that because I'm a human being. I'm not going to say shit that keeps everybody happy every time,
Yeah.
Ellie said, I'm not afraid of Fred. Yeah, I could see you whooping up on his ass. I can see Ziggy whipping him too. I really can. Okay, here we go.
Tell people that too. I remember you saying that, and I was like, I need to tell people. Yep. She called his probation officer with that threat. Like, again, this is September 18th. It was right after that. His interstate compact went through.
That is the only time I ever called his PO. Only time.
No, both are.
I didn't call the halfway house. I didn't call his PO. It wasn't worth my time to call. There was have a YouTube call. Why would I have to?
Right?
Everybody else was.
Right. And no, both of their parents have passed away. That was part of the thing when their mother passed away. Fred didn't come to the funeral, but Chad Arnold did. And
Yes.
Chad, Chad Arnold.
Yeah, and go to the last time me and Karen spoke. Go to that live, and the description we go through that. That is a very something that people need to. That's why Dietz was like, why are she said something about the KKK being mentioned, and I'm like, that's not why they wanted you to quit talking at the very time that you were over there talking. But now we know that the text to Dietz' husband was the day before. But what I'm trying to say is, in those interviews, he's talking about Chad Arnold. He's talking about Chad Arnold, and
Now was and I guess Ellie can answer this. When you lost your mother, is that when Chad Arnold, was it Chad Arnold who came to the service and didn't say anything but mentioned Summer? Do you remember that, Kirst?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay.
Yep.
he does not, and Ziggy does not. I've watched them for 2 years now. Now that I know what I know, make it seem like Fred didn't know Chad, right? And then
Fred did know Chad.
Oh yeah, he knew Chad.
They were very good buddies. But, something that kind of baffled me is something that Mom and Dad brought up. They told me specifically face to face. They said they didn't understand why Chad was in Fred's driveway. That they had been pretty close buddies for many years, and something that they said something had happened. Fred and Chad had fell out over something, and they hadn't seen Chad in that holler in 3 or 4 months. And then all of a sudden, Chad's in Fred's driveway on that day. That's something that Mom and Dad brought to my attention.
That's really interesting because that's what I kept saying. Why? I didn't even know about the falling out between him and Fred, but that's why I've always questioned, if Fred wasn't home, why was he there? Why was he there? And then at first I heard it was only him. And later on it came out, who were they saying was with him? Because they were saying somebody was with him.
With Chad?
Yeah. Was it Marvin? See, that's what confused me, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. Was Chad by himself or was somebody with him?
Yeah, the way Laura spoke about things, she made it seem like she was there to me, the way she told the story, because she said, we told them, like, what do you mean we? We? Were you home? And, I picked things from different things. Like, I'm not going to say it. Yeah. Just leave it. Just leave it.
Pixie Stardust says, I'm not trying to ditch anyone. Fred would leave Laura sitting with Zoomers wigged out. People would offer her a ride. Sad situation. I'm sure it was a very sad situation.
I think it's possible Cotton could have been in there that day. I've heard things here and there about that too. I've heard Fred say he was in there that day. You see what Ellie's saying?
See, and that's what gets me, because, okay, so
Miss Christine did a Google map search back a couple years ago, and he had a red truck in his driveway. Jody sees a red flash. See what I'm saying? There's little things. And then Fred's story, and then the story about the box.
Yeah, the box.
Yeah.
That's craziness right there, the box story.
It is.
So, all right, let me pop this.
But these people are not in their right mind either.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Not something to just be not on the table if you're
but
really looking for answers.
This is one thing I'm gonna say. We're seeing these people, and they're talking about shadow people, and they're all not in their right mind, obviously, at times. And you've got children that are in that environment. Children are in that environment.
Mhm.
A little 5-year-old girl at the time was in that environment.
Yeah.
So, that's one thing that's always just stuck out to me for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm excited. I think 6 is going to do a live on the kind of like the study of math.
Right.
Because from what I've seen, that is one whacked out drug.
Well, I did like a little thing on it and pulled up what the chemicals were
Mm-hmm.
and different things. I didn't do a big thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of touched base on some things. One thing I found out that I thought was really interesting is that they also take anti-inflammatory medication to cut it with the math also. And I thought
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's interesting because, that grandma says allegedly that, they gave her some anti-inflammatory medication. And I was like, dang, I'm not saying that that's what was happening or anything, but I
Yeah.
just thought it was really freaking interesting.
Yeah. There's a recent crime that took place. It was on court TV. I can't think the name right now. But this couple was doing that math, and they did horrible things to her child. She
Yes.
watched it, and then they ended up dismembering the child.
Yep.
It happens.
I think I know what case you're talking about. I think I just seen it not
If you
long ago.
if you said the name, I'd know it.
I just can't,
She's in my
Kirst,
notes.
it's so hard for me because sometimes I talk about 4 or 5 different cases
Mm-hmm.
at in one live, and then I have to go back and remind myself because a lot of those cases there's familiarity in them, and I get kind of mixed up on the cases sometimes just because there's just so many.
Let's see right here. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Kind of, confuse them.
Oh wait, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say her name. I wanted to give her a name. This is it. Good.
Victoria Martins.
Yes.
Wow. That's
Michelle
crazy.
Martins was the mom. Yep.
That is so sad. I remember talking about a case where the parents lived in a camper and the baby the baby got burnt, and they actually was given the baby math to help with the burns or something.
Yep.
It was sad. The baby ended up passing away. It was horrible.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go.
So, Skilo here said, do you know Jason Arnold's death, disappearance, anything about his death or disappearance that you could share, any kind of perspective, circumstances? I'm going to pull up this article while you answer that.
I don't know. I was in prison at that time, and I remember calling Julie from prison and trying to talk to her. Her kids were all the because Fred was constantly at her house talking to her about that situation, telling her some crazy off-the-wall stuff that she would not repeat to me, that she was afraid to repeat to me.
Don't settle for less.
That's kind of Fred seems to have all kinds of stories to go with everything, doesn't he?
He sure does.
That is just crazy.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of crazy. As soon as he met Ziggy, he said, I stay right here. I'm going nowhere. Fucking nowhere.
Hell no, he ain't gonna go nowhere. I mean, he's put himself in a position where, maybe if he found somebody, who didn't know who he was, he, might be able to do that. But I don't know though. There's weird people, and even people who hear all of this evidence and contradictions that is factual that people are putting out there. There are, I'm sure, quite a few little girls who are like, "Oh, Fred, if you left Ziggy, I would love you forever." Just because they're weird like that. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're blinded by they see I don't want to offend anyone. They see the country bumpkin and they think it's cute.
They do. They absolutely do. And, you know, I know Ziggy doesn't like people who, you know, talk about their situation. And let me tell you guys something. If they're happily in love, more power to them.
That's right.
But somewhere the train is going to come off the tracks. And, you know, I think a lot of people might tell her I told you so. But for right now, she's just adamant that Fred is telling the truth about everything.
Yeah. And this is her real life. You know what I mean? That she's going to have to carry this with her once all this ends, or when she decides to turn it off. She has to live with this.
Well, my thing, this is what gets me, and it's, look, her and her mothering is really none of my business. But this young girl has been hearing this stuff for 4 years now. 4 years, you've got a young child who's been hearing this stuff consistently.
Yep.
I wouldn't think it would be, you know, very good for said child. But like I said, I'm not the mother, so she's going to do whatever she wants as far as that goes.
Yeah. Can you imagine someone interviewing her? So tell us about the life
Oh
you
my
experienced.
gosh, that would be crazy.
Yeah, it would.
It would be interesting. It really would.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us all about stepdaddy, why don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So somebody made a comment that Fred tells Ziggy's daughter that he loves her, but they've never heard him say it to Ziggy. I'm like, I'm sure he says it at night when they're cuddling. You know, he's like, girl, I love you. All right, Kirst, I've been on here 5 hours.
I
I'm
know.
gonna have to do a part 2 on this.
How far did you get in the interview?
I'm ashamed to tell you.
Quarter of a way at least.
1:36. And the live is 5 hours and 30 minutes long.
We talked about it. It's good.
I mean, girl, it's been a great conversation. It really has. I appreciate you. I really do.
I enjoyed it.
So it's
I'll
always,
see you next time.
well, I will see you next time, darling. And
Kick me off. I never know how to do it back here. Just kick me off.
all right. Good
Do
night.
it nicely. Good
I
night.
will. Very gently, I'm kicking you off right now. I love talking to Kirst. It's always such a good conversation, for sure. She's kind of my go-to on, especially the Fred and Zixter situation. Let's see. I already have 6UPs in my description. So the link to 6UPs is in the description of the video, you guys. So please check out 6UP. I really enjoy her stuff. We got Kirsta's in there. Who am I missing? Oh, Ziggy. Poppy, will you drop Ziggy's link, please? Thank you, Lenny. I mean, I know I probably got I know that I got a lot of people watching, and I apologize. We've been on here for almost like 5.5 hours. And believe me, if it wasn't a great conversation, I wouldn't be on here this long. I don't do really long lives, but hey, when you got Cursed with Curiosity and you got 6 Up and you have Ellie, thank you so much for coming into chat and hanging out with us, answering questions in chat. I appreciate that so much. It was great to meet you. And I hope you and your family nothing but peace. And, you know, you please come back. This is my channel, though. You never know what I'm going to be talking about. Okay. We do get a little crazy over here sometimes and have fun and, you know, do a little roasting sometimes or whatever. We talk about a lot about missing and exploited children and different true crime cases. So I never put myself into what they call a community or anything like that because, yeah, you just never know what you're going to get. So thank you so much. Thank you guys for being in chat, being respectful as always. I couldn't ask for better people. Poppy, I adore you. Thank you for hanging out with me this long. You know, Poppy is my main moderator and I adore her. And I do appreciate you being in here this long, Poppy. And Cursed, we are going to do a part 2. So definitely. I think Diamonds, thank you, darling, for popping in. Matthew, thank you for popping in. Those, yeah, I need to drop those 2 links. Can you get it, Poppy, really quickly? Just Diamonds and Matthews, and I think we'll be caught up and finished, though. But yes, please come back. People coming into chat, newer people. You know, it was really good. I'm sorry if I missed saying hello to somebody. Believe me, it drives me nuts when that happens. But that's why I try to pop in chat and always thank you guys for being here because I do appreciate it. It definitely means a lot to me. And I think Ellie's conversation was 6 Up. You know, I think we can. I'm gonna pull my notes up next time, and you know, we'll see how we can, you know, combine a lot of things for real. So, oh, Matthew's over flirting with somebody else. You know how he is. That's for sure. I don't know. I don't think he don't. I'm still he snookums, but I heard he's got another woman. So I can't compare to the one that flies around on the coastlaw. For sure. Okay, Poppy, I'll get it, sweetie. Don't you worry about it. I will get it. Give me a moment. For a moment. I know it's in here, darn it. Dang it. Gonna get a rope and hang it. From the highest tree, woman, won't you wait for me? Do 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 do. Ah, my freaking subscriber list is so long. No, you're fine, Poppy. Girl, I appreciate you. I do. You are the greatest mod in the world. I wish I was rich. I would pay you to be my mod because you are that good. You are the woman. Hold on. I got you. I got her. Hold on. Maybe. Holy crap. Do 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 do. There you go, Don. Wait, that doesn't look like her link. Hold on, that doesn't look right. It don't look right. If it don't look right, it ain't right. Oh. Here we got it. I got you, girl. Hey, TT. Okay. Let me get her. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. They are. Okay, hold on. And you guys go over and check out Diamonds. She also does, she's got like a little, check out her little store thing. And current events. I know I'm so slow, you guys. Current events. I didn't even spell events right. I am such a loser. Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Remain calm. That's what happens when I'm on here so long. But yes, I enjoy people coming up and having a conversation about summer and, you know, different things like that. So, yes, I got it, Lenny. Thank you, Doe. Yes, I appreciate you guys so much. I've got 3 minutes left, and so I would like to say, with a very, very, very big heart right now, Carla, thank you for the super sticker. TT, thank you. Angel, thank you so much. You know, that really helps. That really helps me. You know, my goal on YouTube and, you know, I get a little goofy and feisty sometimes and, you know, don't monetize a lot of my stuff. You know, I try to just set a goal that, you know, I have enough to pay my cable bill and my StreamYard bill. And it is a struggle. It is a struggle even to make enough to do that, for real, whether you believe it or not. The ad revenue is very, very small on YouTube. And so a lot of times if I'm covering a case, I will read the articles and different stuff like that and try not to, you know, show other people's stuff. I appreciate 6UP, and we definitely are going to be doing a part 2 on that. I'm actually kind of excited because I want to go back and watch her live before this. And again, thank you, Ellie, and you are more than welcome to come here anytime you want. And after 5.5 hours, thank you, Poppy, I adore you. 5.5 hours, we are saying peace out. I'm going to go eat. You guys go eat, do your thing, hang out, have a good time. And I will catch you guys hopefully for part 2 real soon. And because I really want Kirsch to be able to have time to come and have a conversation with me again. Anyone, when I drop the link, anyone can take it. The main thing is, we try to stay on topic with, what is right there in front of us. So thank you guys. Peace out.